think we're live. Are you, is Amy going?
No.
Okay, I'm not gonna go either.
I know. We have, or, I don't know if Brian's going either.
Well,
We have three if we
Okay.
don't. That's fine. Eric's 2,000 bird. 5 days.
that's right.
Guess we gotta wait for results anyway, we can. Sure. For. Right.
Need it.
Hey, Brian, how are you?
On time.
Brian, Brian,
Need it.
which one? Hey, Amy? Who scares me? Which one? Be a couple minutes late today.
We're waiting for Julia for the proclamation.
Oh.
Um,
Notice. Notice.
I'm glad you had a good time.
We did, we had a good crew and it's fun.
Yeah, that probably makes a difference. Mhm. Wow.
Going to, oh geez. For everyone in the audience, we're gonna be running just a couple minutes late here. We're waiting for someone, but it shouldn't be long, so. minute. But welcome to everyone on our regular city council meeting number 2026-10, Tuesday, April 7th, 2026 at about 5:07 PM. And I did want to announce that we will be taking public comment on subjects, topics not on the agenda tonight. We'll be taking those at either 6 PM or after the city manager report, whichever comes first. We also have tonight 3 proclamations which will be coming up. But before we do that, let's take roll call.
Brian Swintek,
Here.
Dave Barnes,
Here.
Amy Dixon,
Here.
Steve Muntean,
Here.
Gail Gary,
Here.
Don Agosta,
Here.
Michael Pacino. He's here.
He's here. Okay, let's all rise.
Here,
and say
yes,
the
I'm
flag.
here.
There's a flag in the back and one up front. I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I do apologize. We will need a few minutes to do these proclamations. So are there people here who are here for the proclamations? Good. Just be patient. I don't think it will be long. So what we're going to do, since we have to also adjourn, oh, hold on. In the nick of time. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I do. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to do this little liquor license thing, which won't take more than a couple minutes, and then we will do the proclamation. So if that's all right with everyone out there. So what we're going to do is I need a motion to convene or adjourn from our regular meeting and reconvene as the Liquor License Authority. Can somebody make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion that's moved by Gail Gary, and seconded by Councilor Augusta. Everybody who's in agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are now into our Liquor License Authority. And we have 2 things to do on that. One is a request for a new liquor license application, and one is for the approval of the minutes. So this is a public hearing before the Liquor Licensing Authority of the City of Steamboat Springs to determine whether or not the application of Loco Taco Mexican Grill LLC to be located at 2179 Curve Plaza, B101, Steamboat Springs, Colorado, for a hotel and restaurant liquor license should be granted or denied. This hearing is conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Colorado and the rules of the Liquor Licensing Authority of the City of Steamboat Springs. The purpose of this hearing is to receive information, data, and testimony by interested parties in order to enable the city council to make findings and reach conclusions required to be made by state law as to whether or not the liquor license applied for should be issued. A record is being made of these proceedings so that those who desire to be heard must identify themselves by name and address. Interested parties are residents of the neighborhood under consideration or owners or managers of any business located in the neighborhood. The neighborhood has been preliminarily established as follows. The relevant neighborhood is West Steamboat area. Any challenges to members of council conducting this hearing must be stated at the onset of the hearing. The burden is upon the applicant to satisfy the council that the reasonable requirements of the relevant neighborhood for the kind of license applied for are not presently being adequately satisfied. The burden is also upon the applicant to show the council that he or she is a person of good moral character entitled to hold a liquor license. Is the applicant ready to proceed? Can you come down here and identify yourself for the record by giving us your name and address?
How you guys doing? I'm David Gutierrez, owner of Loco Taco Mexican Grill, located 2179 Curve Plaza, B101.
Okay, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give before the council is the truth?
Yes,
Okay, and do you wish to make a statement regarding your liquor license application?
nope,
Okay. Julie, does the city have any exhibits to introduce?
Wait, can he put his hand down? Yeah, you can put your hand down.
What was that?
You were making him hold his hand up the whole time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
If, do we have any exhibits?
Yes, we have exhibits A through G, documents required by the Colorado Liquor Enforcement Division.
Okay, if there's no objection, the city exhibits A through G will be admitted. Okay? Julie, does the applicant have any exhibits to introduce?
Yes, they submitted a petition containing 37 signatures in support of the application, Exhibit D.
Okay, are there any objections to the admission of applicant's Exhibit D? If none, Exhibit D shall be admitted. Are there any other interested parties who wish to be recognized? Okay. At this time, the council may immediately make a decision, provide for public discussion of consideration of documents or testimony, or table this matter. Any motion to approve or deny must contain findings and conclusions. The city attorney has prepared an outline of findings to assist in a motion to approve or deny, which is in your agenda packet. Can I have a motion to approve or deny this application?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Counselor Barnes, second by Counselor Dixon. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
You're
Best of
welcome.
luck.
Okay, and the second piece tonight is just to approve the minutes from our March 3rd Liquor License Authority meeting. I assume you've had a chance to look at those. Are there any questions or revisions, or would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Make a motion to approve our minutes from the Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 meeting.
Okay, motion by Counselor Gary,
Second.
second by Counselor Dixon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0 and the minutes are approved. And now I'll take a motion to adjourn from our liquor license meeting and return to our regular meeting.
So move.
Somebody? Okay, Counselor Agosta, we
Second.
have a second. Counselor Gary, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're back to our regular meeting and thank you all for being patient here. But we have, at the start of our meeting, we are going to have 3 proclamations tonight. And I'm going to find the first one here. That was it? Okay. And since we are running a little late, pardon me very quickly, but I do need to sign this one. Okay. This one's first? Okay. And Brian, is that you?
Yep.
All right. Okay. So Brian, this is for the proclamation recognizing National Donate Life Month. So whoever is accepting that, would they come on down to the front, please?
Proud organ donor. I'm happy to read this. I'm going to turn it this way so I can face out. All right. This is a proclamation recognizing April 2026 as National Donate Life Month. This April 2026 marks the 23rd National Donate Life Month, a time to raise awareness of organ, eye, and tissue donation, encourage Americans to register as donors, and honor those who have saved and healed lives through the gift of donation. Colorado has been a leader in the nation with nearly 900,000 Coloradans registering to be organ, eye, and tissue donors at the DMV. Donor Alliance, along with their Colorado State team community partner, the Chris Klug Foundation, educate residents in Colorado and Wyoming on the life-saving benefits of organ and tissue donation, inspire them to register as donors, and encourage them to share their decision with their family. One donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation, restore sight up to 2 people through cornea transplants, and save and heal more than 75 lives through tissue donation. In Colorado and most of Wyoming in 2025, a record 314 heroic organ donors provided 1,036 life-saving transplants, and 1,880 heroic tissue donors saved and healed more than 140,000 lives with tissue grafts. Registering gives hope to more than 1,400 people in Colorado and Wyoming waiting for a life-saving organ transplant, while compassionately celebrating donors and their families for the gift of life. Organ, eye, and tissue donation would not be possible without our community coming together for one united purpose. Saying yes to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor means you are not just checking a box, you are saving and healing lives. So therefore be it proclaimed, the City of Steamboat Springs recognizes April 2026 as National Donate Life Month. Thanks, Jeff.
Yes. Would you like to say a few words?
Here's yours.
I mostly just wanted to say thank you for having me. We are based, the Chris Klug Foundation is based out of Colorado, out of Aspen, but we do work statewide and nationally to educate and inspire people. We're a 2-person full-time team with 1 part-time subcontractor. So any opportunity to speak with people and get in front of an audience is greatly appreciated. I'm the daughter of a transplant recipient. My dad received a heart 10 years ago. So this work is deeply personal to me. And again, I'm just appreciative of your guys' time tonight. Any chance I get, I like to remind people how important it is to register your decision, and then make sure your family knows your wishes. That's a really important step. Registering is step 1, telling your family is step 2. And then there's a lot of things you can do while you're still alive. You can donate blood. If you're between the ages of 18 and 35, you can register for the bone marrow registry. And then there's living donation. You can donate a kidney, part of your liver, part of your small intestine, part of your pancreas, 1 lung lobe. There's a lot of options out there. So yeah, thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for all the good work you're doing. We appreciate it. Okay, our second proclamation tonight is recognized in April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Counselor Dixon? And do we have someone in attendance who can come on down?
Okay, Dana. So this is a proclamation recognizing April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Steamboat Springs. Whereas the foundation of a strong and thriving community begins with the well-being of its children, and every child deserves a safe, nurturing environment to grow and flourish. And whereas in 2025, there were 333 reports of suspected child abuse and neglect in Routt County, reinforcing the need for collective action to strengthen families and protect children. And whereas the Routt County Department of Human Services recognizes that preventing child abuse requires widespread community support and engagement, as strong families and safe environments are built through efforts of individuals, organizations, and local leaders. And whereas the Department of Human Services collaborates with key partners, including Brighter World Child Advocacy Center, Routt County Sheriff's Office, and the City of Steamboat Springs Police Department, to ensure a coordinated response to child abuse cases and provide critical services. And whereas by investing in prevention, education, and awareness, we empower families, caregivers, and professionals to recognize signs of abuse and take action to protect children. Now, therefore, we proclaim April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Steamboat Springs. We encourage all residents to participate in efforts to strengthen families, support prevention programs, and foster a community where every child can rise strong and resilient. So thank you for your work. On behalf of all of us, we have so much gratitude for all your work and your tireless effort to protect our most vulnerable community members. So thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
just giving more information about why Child and Abuse Prevention Month is something we wanted to recognize. Is just kind of giving a little brief history and some data regarding what we're seeing here in Routt County. So in 1983, April was designated as National Child Abuse Prevention Month. While progress has been made, the work is far from over. In 2025, Colorado saw 117,467 reports of alleged abuse and neglect, with 30,705 of households meeting the criteria for assessment. Specifically, more here in Routt County for 2025, we had a total of 333 reports of alleged child abuse and neglect, with 88 reports meeting criteria for assessment. To date, we received 100 referrals and have worked with 29 families, and it remains our collective responsibility to strengthen families and communities to ensure children are safe and supported.
Well, thank you
Thank
for
you.
everything you do and your organization does. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we have one more proclamation recognizes April 2026 as National Safe Digging Month. So Counselor Gary, and do we have someone? Oh, well, that's good. You didn't bring your shovels though, did you?
You don't call ahead.
All right. So again, this is a proclamation recognizing April 2026 as National Safe Digging Month. Whereas National Safe Digging Month is observed in April to remind homeowners, contractors, and any professional excavator to keep communities safe by calling 811 before any digging project. Digging without knowing the approximate location of underground utilities can result in disruptions to critical services, serious injuries, and costly repairs to underground utility lines. It is simple and easy to make a free request online or over the phone before digging to help communities maintain essential utility services, promote safety, and reduce the likelihood of accidental digging into buried lines, utility lines. And whereas the Call 811 service is free, safe, and required by law. And whereas, as part of National Safe Digging Month, Atmos Energy asks everyone to become a safety ambassador by taking the Atmos Energy Call 811 pledge at atmosenergy.com/call 811 pledge. And whereas homeowners are further encouraged to take a few precautionary measures when planning any digging projects this spring. If work is scheduled for an upcoming weekend, make a free 811 request call on Monday or Tuesday, providing ample time for the approximate location of lines to be marked. Confirm that all the lines have been marked and consider moving the location of your project if it is near utility line markings. If a contractor has been hired, confirm that the contractor has contacted 811. Don't allow work to begin if the lines are not marked. And please visit 811 before you dig, 811beforeyoudig.com for complete information. And whereas, with any increased number of public infrastructure projects and expanding economic development, pipeline damage resulting from excavation remains the most common cause of outside natural gas leaks. And whereas everyone who contacts 811 a few days before digging is connected to a local notification center that will take the caller's information and communicate it to local utility companies. Professional locators will then visit the dig site to mark the approximate location of underground utility lines with spray paint, flags, or both. And whereas all parties agree that safe digging is a shared responsibility, call 811 before you dig. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Steamboat Springs, Colorado, that the month of April 2026 is hereby declared as National Safe Digging Month. So thank you for your work.
Yeah.
Right.
Would you like to make some comments?
Thank you all for that proclamation and for giving us a voice here tonight. We recognize that there's so much growth here in this area, and there's lots of developing and lots of contractors working in our area. And this past year, Atmos Energy, as well as other utility companies, experienced a lot of damages from excavators, either not calling in locates or not respecting the marks and digging too close to our utilities with their machines and causing a lot of damages. And we're very passionate about protecting life, protecting property, and when those are damaged, all that stuff is in jeopardy. And we need the help of the fire department to come protect the people around us when there's blowing gas, protect the employees here. And so it requires a lot of resources when those things are happening. And so this proclamation and any education that gets out there is so much of a benefit to make that educational awareness to the excavators and to homeowners who are digging so that everyone remains safe. Again, thank you very much.
No, thank you all too. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we are going to move on in our agenda. And as I said, public comment will happen either after public comment on topics that are not on the agenda, will happen either at 6 p.m. or after the city manager report, whichever comes first. So we're going to move on to our council reports. Who has a report for us tonight and would like to go? Not everyone at
No one
once.
jump at once.
No, I'm sorry.
I guess I can give you an RTA update. First thing is we are still working through the legal documents to stand up the authority. It's amazing how much paperwork we have to do there. We should have our final document this week to open up the bank account. And so our hope is by next week, we'll have $1 million from Ski Corp in the bank, but just crossing our fingers on that one. Second thing is we formed an executive director hiring subcommittee. You may have seen that in the paper. So that subcommittee consists of myself, Ryan Ranks, mayor of
Ryan Banks, Hayden.
Hayden, sorry. Yeah, Brian Ranks is Hayden. And then also Jonathan Flint of SST here out of the Steamboat Springs. And so the three of us will be formulating that committee. Our first job is basically to define what the job is. And then, so we're working on that. The third thing is a longtime community volunteer that a lot of people know. Sarah Jones has joined the RTA as the volunteer clerk. This is really going to help us because we desperately need some assistance on the clerk side. So she's joining us on that team. Fourth thing is the Colorado Statewide Internet Portal Authority, SEPA. They've agreed to actually stand up an RTA website for us. This is awesome news. Basically, they're not going to charge us; they're going to do the work, for us. That'll be a place for us to put meeting notes, recordings of meetings, announcements, and basically the archive location. So that's great news. And then the last thing is there's a Colorado Executive Transit Summit happening on June 3rd in Denver. I'm going to look to join that. And Councilor Swintek, I don't know if you probably are on the emails that you're also invited to that. So that is my RTA update. I have one more update. Just bring this up. Okay, so I've taken note that we've gotten about 28 letters from the community talking about the parking, the paid parking, and so I started looking at that data, and bottom line is over 90% of the people oppose the policy in the community. They cite affordability, local disadvantage, traffic spillover, and transit gaps. What else did I find in that? People, the high level concerns in terms of a summary of the high level concerns is basically fiscal burden and rising costs. They feel disproportionate of impact on the locals, traffic redistribution into the neighborhoods, lack of viable transit alternatives, and base area worker access issues. Some other things that they kind of highlighted, which I thought was interesting, is basically that locals, ski, spontaneously and in short sessions. Oftentimes, the locals ski solo or in small groups and and have limited ability to plan ahead because they're, hey, I have an hour here, I'm going to drop out of my work. While visitors, they plan their trips, they stay near the base, they use hotel shuttles. And so basically, the feeling that there's, one policy does not fit both groups, and propose a policy that, right now the proposed policy kind of assumes more the visitor type of behavior versus the local type of behavior. What else did I come out here? So one thing I did on my own, and that basically I reviewed paid parking transition plans and how they work through for Aspen, Park City, Vail, Whistler, Jackson Hole. And one of the big things, out of what I saw of those studies is basically that a strong transit before having a pricing model was always key to their success. And that was really the number one piece of the success is actually having a really solid, complete transit system. And it identified things that are not working, that did not work in those studies. And basically, the things are charging without alternative options, number one, ignoring local versus visitor behavior differences, incomplete transit systems, and no spillover parking management solutions. So that was basically a summary and some investigation I did. I just wanted to share with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for that. And that is good information to have, certainly. And I'll remind everyone that the city is going to have a meeting on April 13th with Ski Corps to start a process of understanding how to mitigate their proposal around paid parking and the impact it'll have on the community. So thank you for that. Who else has a report?
I think this would be a good piggyback on what Councilor Gosta just said. I've been thinking a lot about this upcoming meeting that we're having with the resort. And I would love for us to discuss opening it up as a public meeting like we had with the Housing Authority, not necessarily where we're taking public comment, but that anyone can join and listen, because this is a community issue. We are partners with them. It's not a negotiation. If anything, I worry if we do it like this, where it's a private meeting between the city and the resort, it just creates this atmosphere where it's as if we're hashing something out. And really, the point is it's two partners meeting to discuss what's going on. And okay, it could have gone better, but then how do we work together? So I would like to propose to council us to talk about opening it up so that anyone could listen in, especially because there are businesses around there that want to know what's going on, hear what the thought is. I just think it would be best for the community with that transparency. So we can discuss afterwards, but that's the one thing I wanted to flag.
Okay, thank you. Others?
I mean, we have a Brown Ranch report, but if you want to go ahead.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Michael will have a report out as well. We had our URAC meeting on April 2nd. So just some updates at the Complete Street Segment 4B Phase 2. We actually did receive bids this go around. So this is a sidewalk on Mount Warner from Amble. Sorry, I didn't mean to have my back to you all. Amble up to like Upper Knoll parking lot. So we did receive 3 bids, and we're hoping construction will begin this May. So that's good news. The other topic was around Mount Warner Circle and Mount Warner Road, that intersection. And we have an engineering company looking at this and providing different options for intersection control, and really looking at a 20-year plan for what the traffic will look like. So would it be a roundabout? Is there some other type of modification to that intersection? So I think at the next URAC meeting, we're going to have more information around that. We talked about the consolidated shuttle, and I think at the last council meeting, I mentioned that based on the study that was done, it was determined we no longer need a consolidated shuttle system. I think that's really unfortunate, but we'll probably talk more about it at our SSRA meeting. So the conversation then went to what does that look like for now, once again, every shuttle system being able to zip around town and pull into the GTC and drop off. We will have to have a lot of conversations around that, and SSRA has got to have some really strategic and critical conversations around that, because right now, if that area where the shuttles will pull in, if it is not managed appropriately and shuttles are not pulling in and out in this, like it's an amount of time that they have, it will back up. And it could potentially back up onto Mount Warner Circle. And my question was, could that then impact our city buses accessing the GTC? And the response was probably. Are they saying that's absolutely going to happen? No, but these are the things that we really need to be talking about. So that will come up probably with the SSRA. I would love to know more once I'm done. Why SSRA was moved. I think it was originally scheduled in April. I think it got moved to May, which is fine. The other comment that I would like to bring up, I am going to be really looking at the ordinance around who is on URAC. Recently, the meetings have felt more they felt unproductive, to be honest with you. URAC members continue to dig their heels in about wanting gas-powered snowmelt. When we've talked about this for over a year now, and the city has said we don't need it. Actually, Ski Corps at one point said they weren't looking at it either. We're moving down this other path of geothermal. So I'm concerned that we're losing any type of community perspective in this group. I understand the reasoning why we currently have the makeup, which is predominantly businesses that sit on this committee. I'm just really concerned we're losing any type of community voice and what the community benefit will be for the GTC. Because I'm really struggling with that. So I will probably be doing a little more work and maybe bringing something back. I might not, but if anyone would like, definitely encourage me to, I will. But just know those are some concerns that I have currently with URAC. And I do appreciate people's time. Don't get me wrong. People have been on it for a very long time. I appreciate their commitment. I just am concerned we're losing any type of community voice at the table. Okay, that was it for URAC. I'm wondering, Tom, if or Michael, if we're going to talk about our meeting for the 4th of July. I didn't reach out to you all. Do we want to bring that up now? And
yeah, I think giving them an update on that would be appropriate.
Okay, Michael, did you want to take that? Or I'm sorry, Councilor Bacino?
No, go ahead and it was just going to be about the 4th of July, but I'll summarize if you don't cover all the good stuff.
Okay. So Michael and I sit on some type of committee. I don't know what it is, but we talk about additional events for the 4th of July weekend. And whether we want to open up, because right now it's a blacked out time to add more events. So we've opened it up for the past couple of years. We received one bid for this upcoming 4th of July. The bid was to have an event at Howelson Hill. And Michael and Tom, I think it was for a concert, something fun like that. After pulling together the rodeo folks, the Winter Sports Club folks, and others, it became not feasible to have it at Howelson Hill. And, we have the concert by the jumps. Well, there's an issue with, they have to water down the jumps for the 4th of July, what do they call that, Gail?
The jumping jamboree.
Yeah, thank you. And so then what happens is you get a lot of water in that grass area, and the concern is having so many people there will potentially damage.
Woodstock.
I know. Don't wear shoes. So anyway, so I think at that point, the committee decided it was in our best interest not to move forward with the proposal for this year. And we agreed that next year we'll provide more guidance, that there are other areas within the Howelson Hill Park area where they could potentially set up and have a concert. So this year we will not be having any type of concert on the 4th of July or drone show.
Well, actually, yeah, let's summarize. In addition to that, thank you, Amy. We would have to say that there was quite a bit of other events happening on that Saturday. So in the past, there wasn't, concerts and things. It was just kind of a quiet 4th of July, and that's what we were trying to avoid. This Saturday, there's going to be actually the rodeo's got a lot of concert. They're having a concert. I did call and reach out to the ski resort, and they are still planning to have a band up there. And I don't know if they're doing their drone show, but I know that they're definitely having a band up there. And so we know that the crowds will be dispersed a little bit more. And with that diversity of events and having the jumping and jamming up until about 2:30, 3 o'clock, it would be hard to set the stages up and get ready for a concert. And we even talked about moving the concert venue to a different location, maybe out of the wet. It's just a lot of logistics right now getting that done for this Saturday. So we appreciate that, but our recommendation is to not have any additional funding going out this year for those applications.
Okay. Any other report, Councilor Pacino, from you?
No, that was the only one that I was going to add. It's been a great couple of weeks hanging out with the family in South Carolina. New baby.
Okay. Well, congratulations on being a grandpa again.
Thank you.
Besides the Brown Ranch update, which we will have, as well as the Housing Subcommittee update, does anyone else have anything? Because I have a couple things I wanted to share before we jump into those. No? Okay. I wanted to give you a brief update on Yampa Valley Housing Authority. Since the mutual separation agreement has been approved and that's now behind us, the work on the board is going to start moving in kind of 3 different directions. One of the primary the priorities is going to be putting together a search committee, a selection committee to find a new ED for the Housing Authority. The hope is that we will discuss that and select members for that very shortly, hopefully this Thursday, for that committee and get that process started. The second thing is, in addition to that, the board has done some work with outside consultant and had a board survey results that came in a few weeks back. And now we need to start working on the gaps or the areas of opportunity there that show up. So that program or action plan is being put together as well. And the third thing is, as far as I don't want to steal your thunder here and say Slate Creek neighborhood, but as far as as far as the Brown Ranch, that's / Slate Creek neighborhood steering committee, the Housing Authority will be also finalizing those participants hopefully this week as well. So those are kind of 3 things that are on the agenda for the next meeting, hopefully. Couple of other things. I don't know if everybody has signed up for the May 6th Economic Summit. It's always a good use of time. If you haven't talked to Myra about getting a ticket for that, it's on May 6th. We have also talked about having a mid-year retreat in July for council. And if everybody is agreeable to that, I think we've picked July 17th as the date we're looking at. Probably what time? 12 to 5 or? What were we thinking?
It's typically in the morning from 8:30.
Okay, 8:30 to
1:30.
1 at 1:30. Okay. I just wanted to get us to happy hour, but I guess it's not going to work. So is that good with everybody to have a mid-year retreat? Yeah.
Did you say?
17th.
July 17th? Yes. And let's say 8:30 to 1:30, probably somewhere along those lines. And then the only other thing I just want to mention, I believe Councilor Swintek and Councilor Agosta are out the week of our meeting, April 21st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And myself.
You'll be there, but Councilor Barnes will be out. Is there anybody else who will be out on that meeting, which is 2 weeks from tonight? I know it's spring break, so I just want to make sure we don't show up and have 2 or 3 people here.
Don't you remember how productive that meeting was?
Well, yeah, it is productive. Okay, so that's really all that I wanted to add. So,
Can I
but
ask you a question?
yes,
So with the Housing Authority, and the hiring of a new executive director, I think about the IGA, and we had, the conversations around the IGA. I mean, I personally would recommend that we hold until we get a new ED, at the Housing Authority, but I just don't know where that's sitting at this point. Do you know?
well, we took back all the changes that we recommended to the county and shared those with them. And I think, and Tom, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we reached pretty much agreement to everything that we had in there. So we will get it back and everybody can take a look at it. I think we should have the new version soon, right?
You're developing a red line version that we'll share with everybody.
Yeah. So everybody get a chance, but it was pretty agreeable on both sides. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll talk about these other things, but before that, why don't we talk about?
Okay, we'll talk about the Brown Ranch Governance Group, and I'll start, and then Counselor Barnes can add in anything that he'd like to call out. But hopefully everybody had a chance to look at the minutes from our last meeting that were in the packet. And I think just what I'll do is kind of focus on, if you kind of scroll back to like page 4, really is kind of the full notes. And what we really encourage the consultants to do is to be as inclusive as they can, as as possible in terms of capturing what happens at those meetings. They all are all recorded. So if anybody wants to go back and watch those, they're obviously public meetings. So if anybody wants to attend, I think we've certainly stressed and that we need to be 100% transparent and be, accountable and try to get the information out as soon as possible, which is a lot easier said than done in terms of with the processes that we have in terms of publishing agendas, getting the information. So hopefully we will get into a cadence where we have the opportunity to have the discussion about what's coming up at the next meeting here at the council dais before we actually have those meetings so that we can get council input. And I think Tom is working and Brad and Rebecca are working with the consultants in terms of kind of the communication strategy and how we do that. But it's absolutely the goal that this be done in a transparent way. So we did spend a little bit of time talking about and confirming what the membership of this group would be. And really the goal is to focus more on entities as opposed to the individuals. So we did land with the 2 city council seats with the staff, 1 county commissioner, 1 staff, 2 YVHA, and 1 staff. So again, that will be the group. And again, the focus here is really on collaboration and not negotiation. We also spent some time talking about the name of the group. And so I think there was discussion about moving away from Brown Ranch and really talking about it as the Slate Creek neighborhood. So with the focus being kind of really more on the, kind of on the physical and on the geography of the area. And that's still, I think, going to be a conversation at the next meeting, hopefully not too long, but really trying to capture what the purpose of this group is. So whether, it's a collaboration, a neighbor, I think as I say, as you look at the notes, we've settled on Slate Creek neighborhood, but there's maybe a little bit more in terms of definition as to how we kind of present the group. And again, and I there's a lot of questions about what is the whole purpose here. And so just want to highlight in the notes that, the purpose statement is to build a collaborative effort to define the next decision-making steps for, and at this point it was Brown Ranch, right? That's kind of the shared goal. And in addition to kind of talking about membership, we also talked about, kind of what's going to be the end state. What are we working toward? And once we get clarity and definition and agreement on what the end state is, then kind of what are the milestones that need to be reached before we can, get to that end state. And again, that's kind of all laid out on, page 7 and page 8. What we talked about in terms of an end state being some sort of, scaled development neighborhood. We want to make sure, obviously, that it's affordable. talk about community supported and really talking about homes for our community. And again, focusing in on neighborhood and understanding that, that may mean more than homes, but it may mean, having some sort of commercial, some sort of industrial, but that's all kind of yet to be determined. And again, really making sure that it's feasible. And as I mentioned, kind of a mix of complementary uses as well as, again, continuing to stay affordable. And as you look in here, there are some diverging opinions that need to be worked through. And then there's kind of a picture that talks about kind of the timeline and brainstorming in terms of, okay, the last page is, if this is what our end state is, what are the milestones? What kind of questions do we need to have answered in order to get there? And then also a key, as I say, I can't stress enough, component of this is community engagement. And not only making sure that we're reading out, but that we're accountable and we're also getting input all along the way. So that kind of brings me back to, I think it's kind of page 3, where we're talking about during the upcoming session, there's some questions that we want to talk about, decision-making guardrails. We also, again, want to get input from this group and the community in terms of what do we think is the in state, kind of, what are we headed toward, and also more on timelines and on milestones. And so before I turn it over to Councilor Barnes, one of the things I think we may want to talk about is whether I think we absolutely want to have this discussion on our April 21st. And I'm not, whether the form of that is during council reports or whether we want to make it a community report or how we want to do that. But we will absolutely need to have a conversation and would encourage all of council to kind of take a look at these minutes and come prepared to provide input.
No, I think you summed it up well. Some of the feedback I'm getting is it seems like people are thinking we're jumping ahead and that we're making decisions already on what the next iteration of Site Creek neighborhood or Brown Ranch might be. And we're so far from that. We're in the very, very beginning steps of just figuring out how this group is going to interact and how we're going to provide feedback to our own bodies and to the community. So just urge people to be patient because we're being patient with the process, and it is a process.
Yeah, thanks for making that comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And any questions?
Based on that comment, I know we've talked about doing a city council letter to the editor on emerging issues. I wonder if that may be something that you all would want, no pressure, but that we'd want to put out there. If you're hearing from folks that maybe we need to do more communicating out. Just a thought.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. We also have City Council Housing Subcommittee report. Brad sent that out. You all sort of received that on March 30th. And I don't think we really want to just read through it all. It's really FYI for all of you. And if you have any specific questions, or Councilor Swintek, if you want to highlight anything, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think one of the things, the one question on there is at the beginning, City Council direction needed around move forward with an appraisal of Shield Drive. So that's something that we might want to touch base on. And talk.
Side, is that what you mean?
That's Streamside property, which is an entitled property, but we don't have a feel for the value of that property. And we were thinking about getting an appraisal to better inform us as to direction. But we want to bring it to all of you in terms of yes or no. The cost on it, Tom, would probably be.
Appraisal is typically, I don't know, 7,000 to 10,000, something like that. We would need to appropriate funds for this. And if council makes the decision to start moving forward with looking at this property, I mean, that's what an appraisal would do. We would need to sort of identify sort of from an internal standpoint, how we're managing that a little bit, because getting an appraisal is the first step of obviously a desire to take some further steps. And so we just need to make sure that we are clear on what our goals are and where we're headed with that. So I think that's a conversation that council.
And we don't need to make that decision tonight, obviously, but just want to put it out there for everyone. And we'll bring it up again, I'm sure.
What's the timeline?
There really isn't a timeline associated with it. It's basically a 9-acre parcel or close to 9-acre parcel of entitled land. And so, it's owned by someone or an organization, and we just don't have a good feel for what the value of it is, because if we did have interest in it, obviously the most we could pay for something would be the appraised value. If we had interest.
Is this a 1605 Shields Drive project?
Mhm.
I'm not familiar with that project. Maybe that came in.
Well, maybe what we could do is give you some information on it, and then we can have a further discussion about it.
I
Rather
think
than,
that would be helpful
know,
because
rather
again,
than
it's a
spend-
prime opportunity for infill.
Yeah,
So I think
it is. And, but I think we need more information, or all of you need more information on this. So we'll set up some time to do that. Make sense?
And maybe you can kind of do a backhand on terms of kind of the questions that need to be asked. I mean, and from a staff capacity, things that we would need to think about.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
developed a new decision-making framework that we will run this through and share with council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Back to a couple other things that came up on here. Counselor Swintek, you asked about, could we do something similar that we did with OPG and Mission Rock? Where what we did was we had people able to Zoom in, but there was no public comment. There was no, chatting going on or anything like that, but it opened it up for people to at least see the process and what was going on. And I guess one of the questions surrounding that is just, talking to the other party, Ski Corps, and throwing that out there to them and see where they would be on something like that. I don't have an issue with it personally at all.
I think it would be prudent to do, especially considering the contentious nature of this subject, and it's going to take on a life of its own, especially if things are kept in private.
And the thing about not having public comment at something like that is it's very hard to accomplish anything if we spend the entire time having public comment. So it's more about having the public understand where the discussion went, and that this is probably a first step in a process. So
I guess I don't know who's going to reach out to them, but just reassure them, like, the point of this is not a public scourging, or like, it's not that. It really is just a community conversation. There isn't any goal there to make them look bad. Like,
so
I think that would be a natural worry, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah. Does anybody have any strong feelings against that, or is that a thumbs up from everybody to explore that, or what? Where are you all at?
I'm a strong thumbs up.
Everybody? Okay. Michael? Councilor Pacino? I don't know. Maybe. The other thing, Amy, you brought up this thing about why did we move the SSRA meeting?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you forgot about it? Well, we'll move on then.
We moved that.
Well, I will tell you that Tom sent out a note, I think late last week, said that the change was based on several things. With the recent announcement of the decision to implement paid parking, we felt that that entire meeting may turn into a paid parking meeting and not really be able to focus on anything else. And then the second reason is that if we can have this other April 13th meeting first, it might give us some input to how that SSRA meeting might go. And I actually have a third reason, and we'd like to meet again with the GTC steering committee prior to the meeting, just to get an update on that. So kind of like three reasons why we'd like to wait. Okay. And what else was on here that we wanted to follow up with? Brown Ranch, April 21st conversation on the minutes. How do you want to do that?
I'll defer to Tom. I mean, I kind of, we don't have a community report. So, I mean, I would defer to Tom in terms of how you think we should handle that from an agenda. item
Whether or not we should
perspective.
add it as a community report?
Yeah, whether we just,
Question?
whether we should, I thought we don't have a community report, so we could have it as a community report, right? In terms of.
Yeah, I think that would be the appropriate place to put it.
Quick update, and then with a list of all the questions that facilitate council discussion and allows for public comment.
That would work.
Okay.
Okay, good. Is that everything from council?
No, I want to go back. I wasn't done on housing subcommittee, so I had a question on the housing
Okay.
subcommittee. With the recent purchase of Base Camp, a change in ownership, does that change anything in terms of our partnership with Base Camp for
The units the subsidy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might refer to Dan on that because I do think, Dan, did you look at that, the change in ownership at Base Camp and our agreement with them?
We probably should have a conversation with the new owners. As to what
Yeah, we should probably have a discussion with the new owners to see what their intentions are.
Okay.
Okay,
So that is someone's going to follow up. I think it's Kelly, I guess, or yes.
Yes, we will follow up.
Thank you.
okay, it's 6 o'clock, so we're going to turn to public comment. And this is public comment on topics that are not on the agenda for tonight. City council will not make any decisions nor take action except to direct the city manager. And those addressing city council are requested to identify themselves by name and address. And all comments shall not exceed 3 minutes. So do we have anybody in the audience who'd like to come down and make public comment? Okay, Tim, come on down.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Tim Woganot, the CEO of the Yampa Valley Community Foundation. And I just wanted to use my time to provide you with a brief update on the Community Foundation's 2025 year and share some highlights on how we're advancing our core strategies, which are building nonprofit capacity, engaging people in meaningful philanthropy, showing up in times of crisis, and strengthening community through collaborative leadership. To build nonprofit capacity, we added a new tool to our toolbox in 2025, below market loans to local nonprofits using a small portion of our investment portfolio. Sometimes nonprofits, like any business, don't need a handout. They just sometimes need some financial help. Last year, we made 3 bridge loans totaling $1.1 million, helping Western Resilience Center and the Yampa Valley Autism Program purchase new headquarters and enabling the Oak Creek Fire Protection District to buy a new ambulance. The program has proved popular. We've already issued 2 additional nonprofit loans this year. Meaningful philanthropy is another priority. By investing in strong donor relationships, we can match tailored opportunities to community needs. For example, when the federal government shut down SNAP benefits during last fall's government shutdown, we quickly raised $120,000 for grocery cards for Moffat County SNAP holders. These relationships with our philanthropists also fuel our grant making and enabled us to make over $16 million in grants across Routt and Moffat counties last year. We also stepped up during times of crisis. The Lee and Elk wildfires in Rio Blanco County, Colorado's 5th largest wildfire in history, prompted us to partner with United Way to create a single relief fund. Since August 2025, we've made 12 grants totaling about $150,000 to support impacted individuals, small businesses in Meeker, and agricultural landowners. Now, in coordination with United Way, the Routt County Emergency Management Department, and the Wildlife Mitigation Council, we are working to organize the nonprofits that play critical roles in immediate response and long-term recovery of disasters, so we are more prepared for the next one, which could be this summer. Finally, we're leaning into collaborative leadership to help address big regional challenges with 2 formal initiatives, affordable housing and mental health. Affordable housing has become a meaningful part of our work. In partnership with donors in 2024, we launched the Yampa Valley Housing Accelerator Fund, a revolving fund that provides capital to build new affordable housing and preserve affordability in mobile home communities. To date, the fund has issued $15.5 million in loans for projects including the 8th Street development in Craig, the Prairie Run Apartments in Hayden, and the Milner Mobile Home Park acquisition, securing homes for 186 households. Since time is short, I'm going to invite my colleague Tracy Hyatt to come to a future council meeting to share the very exciting things the local mental health coalition is working on. That's it for me. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
And if there's anybody else in the audience who would like to come on down and make public comment, and if there's anybody online who would like to make public comment on anything that is not on the agenda tonight, please raise your hand.
Good evening, City Manager, City Attorney, and fellow council members. My name is Michael. My wife and I are here together tonight. We first came to Steamboat 42 years ago. Bought land here in 2003, that's 23 years ago, and built our dream home here. We are not visitors of this community, but we are a part of it. And tonight, I understand that you'll be putting something to a vote for our dear friends Colin and Emily Kelly for the project they've poured 2 years of their lives into, the Latigo and the Lumbre. Colin and Emily, are the real deal.
Excuse me 1 minute, sir. Are you here to talk about the item on the agenda, which is item number, which item is it now? I've lost it.
8.
8.
I don't know, I don't have a copy of the agenda. If it is, then I can come.
Regarding 12th Street?
Yes.
Okay, I need you to save your comment until we get to that, it won't be that long at all. This is just for public comment for
Thank you.
topics that are not on the agenda, so don't go anywhere, okay? Okay. Is there anybody else who has public comment on a subject not on the agenda tonight? Is there anybody online? I don't see anybody. Do you? Nope. Okay, we will close public comment for this point, and we will move on in the agenda, and we're going to move on to agenda review, and we're going to start with our meeting on April 14th. So if you look at that meeting on the 14th, you will see that we have two things going on in that meeting. We have a work session, and we also have a marijuana license authority meeting that night. And the marijuana licensing meeting, we will be focused on the vertical integration requirements. So we will be having a discussion about that on that night. And in addition to that, we will be also having our work session on that night. And if I can get back to the page that I was on, I will tell you what that was all about. And that was the two topics were that we were going to talk about fiscal sustainability, the fire district consolidation, and the City of Steamboat Springs Emergency Operations Plan. Okay? Any questions on that? Then our regular meeting on the 21st. You can scan down there and you will see that we have several readings going on there around the Hilltop Resort PUD and another development plan, Eddy Line. And we also have a first reading of an ordinance around a snow storage easement that night. You can see also that it's pretty empty at this point in time. There isn't much else on that agenda on the 21st.
And that's where we did just add our Slate Creek
Yes.
neighborhood
We will put
discussion.
the community report on Slate Creek on that night, so that'll add a little something to that. So that's that. If we look at the May 5th, we're going to have the regular meeting on that night, and we will have a report from Kim on fiscal sustainability that night. And you can see we have a number of other readings that night and some second readings as well. And then we also have on that agenda the SSRA meeting that night. Okay. And then on May 12th, we have another work session planned on May 12th. We're going to talk about the winter service options. Jonathan will give us some update what that looks like because they have to start staffing for that pretty soon. And so if we want to provide any direction there, the marijuana local production requirement is another thing we'll be talking about. And the third piece is the local marketing district expansion, where we want to talk about expanding the district of the local marketing. So that is it for that. And then you have also the tentative work sessions, which have been filling up. I don't know if anybody has any questions on those. I'm not going to walk through that entire list. Any questions on upcoming agendas at this time?
So I just have a quick question on May 5th.
May 5th.
Kim's update on the fiscal sustainability. Is this a follow-up from our meeting with the consultant, which I'm forgetting? Magellan Strategies, is this, what is this?
Well, Kim,
This is a follow-up to your discussion. It was the same night as that night when we had a discussion of fiscal sustainability and identifying the problem statement.
Okay.
And the question that was raised was, what are those things that the city is not able to do because of fiscal constraints? So we're bringing back a discussion again of sort of a continued discussion of the problem statement. Is that still the accurate problem statement? And then giving you a report on those things where we feel constrained, so you get a better idea to help sort of identify next steps.
Okay,
That's the intent.
perfect. Okay, so it's not with the consultant. He's not coming
No.
back. Okay.
no, there is nothing in the plan right now on that. Okay, if there's no other questions, we will go on to the city manager's report.
Great. Thank you, President Muntean. And a reminder for the community that the city manager's report can be found on our website, steamboatsprings.net. Go to the government tab and scroll down, and tonight's report, as well as all the previous reports, are on there. And a reminder for the community that the format of the city manager report has been updated, reformatted to better reflect the strategic plan's outcome areas. So the report is organized by the outcome areas, so the community can see directly those efforts we are making to achieve those outcomes. So starting off with the thriving community outcome area, there's a lot of information on the activity of procurement, as well as information on all the letters of support we have provided to our local agencies for funding requests. So we try to support our local agencies, particularly when they're asking for money, and that certainly is something that we ask of them. So it's common courtesy to do that, and we know that all of our local agencies are needing those grants as much as we are. In connected and engaged community, outcome area, there's information on all the social media activity that the city has been engaged in. A reminder that the new City Connection newsletter has launched. The new city newsletter is an outcome of the new city manager report. Is it a digital newsletter that the community can subscribe to? We're already seeing a 51% open rate with a 5% click rate, so establishes a strong new channel for direct community communication. And so you get on our website and take a look at that, and there's directions on how, if you want to subscribe to basically a bi-weekly newsletter to understand all the efforts that the city are taking. It's all in there, and it's comes out of the city manager's report. In facilities, the facilities department completed a new exterior repainting of the historic Legacy Ranch buildings. This nice warm spring temperatures have allowed them to sort of get ahead of schedule and enable them to finish that project before the busy operational season for their community partner, which is Yampa-Tika, which leases and programs the Legacy Ranch property. So it's nice to get in there and be able to help them and continue the historic preservation efforts of that important project and that important property. There's some great efforts highlighted by the police department in their outreach programs, including events at the elementary and high schools, as well as integrated communities. Staff is also launching an education program for all local waste diversion opportunities over the spring season, in addition to surveying the community to better understand methods and modes that community members are using to manage their waste streams. And that feedback garnered throughout this outreach effort will be presented along with a volume-based pricing ordinance in July of 26. So we're combining those two efforts. Continuing on to our healthy environment outcome area. Again, the facilities department completed planning for 4 major HVAC modernization projects in this building: the Transit Operations Center, the Public Works Shop, and the Community Center. These upgrades will transition the primary heating systems in each of these buildings to high-efficiency electric heat pump technology, significantly reducing municipal greenhouse gas emissions and improving long-term building performance. And that construction is planned to begin in the early season with the goal of completing all 4 upgrades before winter. So good to see those projects moving forward. Additionally, staff assisted with coordination of the Apex The Shift, which is the Steamboat Hard-to-Recycle Items Facility and Transfer Center. That was launched on March 16th of this year, providing expanded recycling access to the community for hard-to-recycle materials such as electronics, light bulbs, batteries. With Shift opening, the Yampa Valley Recycling Depot closed on March 11th, just a reminder to the community. And additionally, Apex and Western Resilience Center developed an agreement that will provide a voucher program to help reduce the cost of recycling these materials as needed for residents. So Shift is open Monday through Friday from 9 until 1. So a great new facility to enhance our recycling efforts. Some good data and information on all the recycling efforts, both in the residential and commercial sectors in the report. If you're interested in that, take a look at those. Paragraphs. In high-performing government, there's a lot of information on all the grants that we have requested and applied for. So our grants division continues to remain busy. The Workday administration team continues to strengthen organizational efficiency and workforce engagement through targeted training, simplified processes, and improved access to actionable data. They've been refining business process approvals across all of the departments to improve efficiency, remove redundant steps, and ensure approval flows better match operational needs. The team continues to develop and enhance system-based reports, reducing the need for manual workarounds and supporting timelier data-driven decision-making. So we're continuing to learn about Workday and its functionality and improve our systems internally, and it continues to be a really, really important and robust tool for the city. Let's see, I want to highlight a couple things here. Steamboat Springs Police Department Sergeant Sam Silva attended the DC Metro Leadership Academy, where he worked with and learned from national leaders in law enforcement. That Metro Leadership Academy is one of the premier law enforcement leadership programs in the country. So well done. Congratulations, Sergeant Sam Silva. We appreciate your commitment. Also wanted to highlight Heather Oss of the Certified Municipal Clerk has earned her designation as a CMC, which is awarded by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. That organization grants the CMC designation only to municipal clerks who have completed demanding educational requirements and have demonstrated involvement in their local government, community, and state. So congratulations, Heather, and thank you for your dedication and commitment to continuous improvement. Deputy Fire Chief Joe Oakland successfully completed his Fire Officer 3 certification. The certification is intended for chief fire officers and is a testimony to Joe's commitment to the fire service. So again, Joe, thank you for your commitment and well done on that certification. The city leadership team is continuing to train on what is called the Incident Command System, which is the ICS, and the National Incident Management System, also known as NIMS, in preparation for the rollout of our emergency operations plan, which we will be presenting to you next week at our work session. Starting with basics of ICS online courses and combining online training, the team is learning a systematic approach to handling a large-scale event that may occur in Steamboat Springs. We hope not. The training will culminate in a fall exercise with Routt County Office of Emergency Management, partly aimed at validating the city's emergency operations plan. So that is something that all of the leadership team is engaged in and learning about that entire new system. We feel like that's a really, really important function of us as city officials to understand what to do, who to report to, and how communication occurs during any of those unfortunate system or events that might take place. So better to be prepared ahead of time. In our outcome area of safe community, the fire department posted, interviewed, and extended job offers to 4 individuals for our seasonal fuel specialist and wildland firefighter positions. They received a large pool of applicants and are excited to have them start at the beginning of May. And we hope that they spend most of their time on our seasonal fuels reduction and not the wildland fire. So congratulations, and glad to see them come on board. Steamboat Springs Police Department and Public Works met with CDOT engineers to discuss next steps for traffic safety in Steamboat Springs. Next steps include traffic light timing and engineering evaluation. And eventually we may move towards technology such as red light cameras, but we are working with our partners to take a look at that and see if that makes sense for the city. And finally, in our reliable and resilient infrastructure outcome, Procurement continues to work with all of our departments, airport, transit, streets division, to accelerate key contracts. Those include our runway lighting upgrades at Bob's Adams Airport, asphalt ceiling at the Regional Transit Center, HVAC design and oversight at the Community Center, Transit and Public Workshop, as well as street striping. So continue to make sure that our infrastructure is top-notch and resilient and moving towards contracting for all of those projects this summer. And Facilities has launched a structured building inspection program to identify preventive maintenance needs and document existing deferred maintenance ahead of the upcoming budget cycle. So again, kudos to Facilities for being proactive and identify those conditions that need to be improved ahead of time and supporting long-term capital planning. And then finally, there is a list of all of the upcoming meetings and events. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Anyone have any questions or comments for Tom? Okay. With that, we will move on our agenda. And we will go through our consent calendar, motions, resolutions, and ordinances. Items on the consent calendar may be reviewed and commented upon in the same manner as other agenda items. Any member of the council or the public may request withdrawal of any item from the consent calendar for further discussion at any time prior to approval. If items are not removed, they may be approved with a single motion. We have a total of 5 items on the consent calendar tonight. I'm going to read the 5 items, and then we'll go back and see if anyone from council as well as anyone from the public would like to pull those items. So with that, item number 7 is a resolution denying a development plan conditional use and major variance PL 202-50300 Eddy Line Townhomes. And I will say this, that is being postponed until April 21st. And if we leave it on the consent calendar, it will be postponed till April 21st. So we don't need to do anything with that. Number 8, a resolution approving a development plan and major variance PL 202-50330 12th and Yampa Residences. Item number 9, first reading of an ordinance, third supplemental budget appropriation ordinance of 2026. Item number 10, a resolution accepting the terms of a State of Colorado Aviation System grant for funding of the airport lighting project at the Steamboat Springs Airport, assuring local matching funds and designating Josh Shorter as the project manager. And item number 11 is a resolution acknowledging appointments to the Board of Adjustment, Historic Preservation Commission, Planning Commission, and Parks and Recreation Commission. So with that in mind, is there anyone from council first who would like to pull any of those items?
I'd like to pull number 8, the 12th and Yampa residence.
Okay. Number 8 is pulled. Or is there anybody who wants to pull any of the other items? Hearing none, I'll turn it over to the public. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to pull any of those other items? And is there anyone online? If there is, would you raise your hand if you'd like to pull any of those items? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion then to approve items number 7, 9, 10, and 11 and leave them on the consent calendar.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Augusta, second by Councilor Gary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Michael? Okay. Motion
We're good.
passes
Thank
7.
you.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0. So we'll go back to item number 8. And let me just say this as we move into this for everybody in the audience here as kind of how this will work is we will have our planner will give us a presentation on this. And from there, we will ask if the applicant, well, after she makes a presentation, we'll ask if there are any questions that council has. We will then ask if the applicant would like to make a presentation, and then we will again be able to question the applicant. We will then go to public comment. Any of you in the room or online who would like to make a public comment associated with this particular item. And after all those things have happened, we'll bring it back to council here for deliberations and a decision. So with that in mind, Toby, why don't you come on down?
Michael's video has to be on.
Yes, Michael, your video needs to be on, quasi judicial.
Michael.
Thank you. Okay, Toby.
Toby Soffer, Senior Planner. So this is the 12th and Yampa project. It's at the corner of 12th and Yampa Street. It's in the CY2 zone district and the STR green zone. The site is generally flat and within the FEMA designated 100-year and 500-year floodplain. The project is a 3-story mixed-use building with 8 residential units, a restaurant, enclosed parking, and streetscape improvements along 12th and Yampa Streets with variances to overall height, average plate height, setbacks, glazing, floor area ratio, building massing, and lot coverage. There have been some public comments provided, both in support and opposition of this project. We identified some areas of discussion in our Planning Commission report. However, we find that the project does meet the development plan criteria for approval, and it does have characteristics that are similar to other downtown urban development. Regarding the variances, the height variances provide an acceptable alternative to the standard. The development addresses flood prevention standards to elevate the new building out of the floodplain. The FAR and lot coverage variances, the purpose of those standards is to reduce mass and scale and allow space for some pedestrian interaction and interest at the street level. The proposed design includes articulation, interest, and activity on both streets that mitigate the impacts of scale and mass. So we find that this project does meet those variances. Regarding the other variances, we found that each of the variances were met criteria for approval because they provided acceptable alternatives to the standards. Regarding.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to disclose, I totally forgot to do this. I got a phone call from Colin that wanted to discuss the project. He had mentioned he had spoken to other council members as well. I told him I couldn't speak directly to him about this project. He had mentioned that it wasn't speaking about the project, but it was about related policies that hadn't been adopted. I still told him I couldn't talk to him about it. And then we generally spoke about his experience through planning, which was not related to this. I feel like I can still be impartial. Sorry, I forgot to mention this before you began.
Councilor Switek, I think I forgot to mention that too.
I want to highlight.
And I appreciate you bringing that up. Just hold 1 second if you would, Toby, because I also received a phone call and I said, well, if this is about 12th Street, and I was told it was not, but then all of a sudden we were talking about gravel. And I said, I think this is in the same location. So you need to talk to planning department, not to me on this. So I too did receive a communication.
As did I. I also had a call. And again, we talked, I think kind of the same line about not being able to talk about if this is the conversation about 12th and Yampa, we can't talk about that. We then did talk about the relationship of downtown plan, community canvas, community plans and codes, and talked about the fact that the city has a lot of different plans, but that the code prevails. So again, if anyone thinks I need to recuse myself, please let me know.
I did talk to Colin a couple of months ago. Very similar conversation. We just talked about the codification of the downtown area steamboat plan and the CDC and how they may be in conflict with each other. We did not talk about the project or specifics. I don't feel like I need to recuse myself either.
Other comments?
Yeah, that I fall into that same vein. A couple days ago, or probably last week, I did talk to him about a demo permit regarding gravel and revegetation. And at the time, it wasn't related to this project because the demo permit has already been given. So it was more of a question about using the gravel for parking in the short term. And when I realized it was part of this 12th Street, then we stopped the conversation and left it at that.
Okay, so
I would like to ask, so I did not speak to the developer, did not receive an outreach, which is great. I would not have had that conversation. So I just want to make sure that no one who has spoken to the applicant talked about the project or indicated any type of support, oppose position.
No, and specifically for me, Amy, thank you for bringing that up. It was really, I hadn't read the packet yet, so it is not related to any of the variances or the application that Toby's about to speak on. For my part of the conversation that we had, it was about a demo permit and revegetation of the land. That's all it was.
I guess for me, no, I didn't, but it makes me, I've never been in a position where 5 people have been spoken to. My big concern is this either means one of two things. One, none of the counselors before I had been spoken to told the applicant that we can't talk, or if the applicant was informed, they've continued to call counselors and 5 of us, and that makes me nervous. And so I would look to staff of like, I have never been in this position. This doesn't feel particularly right or fair. Like what is?
Sure. So the issue that we're talking about is an ex parte conversation, which is any contact or information given to you when you are sitting in a quasi judicial role, which is to say you're applying the existing law to an application or a license or something like that. When you act in this role, you're basically acting as judges. And so that means you have to come into this hearing being impartial, not having been influenced one way or another as to how you're going to decide the application. And part of that impartiality is not having communications with anybody outside of the hearing process. This is a public process, and the decision needs to be made on the basis of the information that is presented to you publicly. So, that means you shouldn't be talking to developers outside of the hearing process and receiving information that might influence you without other people being able to also hear that information and having an opportunity to rebut it if they want to. So I think it is, not unlawful for someone to contact you. We don't expect people to know these rules, but you do need to, decline to have these conversations if and when it becomes apparent that they relate to quasi-judicial matters. It sounds like you've done that tonight. I don't hear anything that makes me think that anybody should not participate in this hearing tonight. However, it is a bit unusual for a developer to contact this many council members with respect to a quasi-judicial item. I think most people understand that you're not allowed to talk about these things outside of the hearing process.
I should say, I was not contacted. Probably went to spam.
Well, I think the other piece, at least from the public here, is that, yes, we have to make sure that we do tell people that we can't talk about these things. And I think the community out there needs to know, the developers especially, that they should understand that they shouldn't call us either. They probably still might, but we have to be disciplined about it. And I understand sometimes if somebody calls and you don't know what they're talking about, but as soon as it even gives a hint of it's something that we're going to talk about, we just got to get off the phone. Okay, so any other thoughts on this? Thank you, Brian, for bringing Councilor Swintek,
Thanks for stopping.
I totally forgot about it myself. Okay, Toby. Thank you.
Toby. I only have a few more comments, but if you have questions from what I said earlier, let me know. Regarding how the community plan and the downtown plan were used in evaluation of this project, we relied on the plans where appropriate to address the criteria for approval and to support the project. Our recommendation is based on the development meeting standards and acceptable alternatives to the standards, which allow this project to meet criteria for approval. The consistency with our plans is only one criteria for approval that we use to evaluate this project. The plans are still guidance until those specific code amendments are adopted by council to achieve that vision. There are some statements in the applicant's materials that misrepresent what the plan documents say, so that could cause some confusion. If you have any concerns or questions about that plan language, we can clarify as needed during the rest of your discussion. My last point is that the staff report indicates that we were working with the applicant towards an additional condition related to the demolition permit and the revegetation of the site. So we've met with the applicant and we are in agreement on that 14th condition as it's written in your staff report there. So if council decides to approve this project, it can be added to the resolution. So.
Okay, thank you, Toby. What questions do we have, Toby?
So I have a few. And we can forego this until we have pictures up on the screen if that's more appropriate. So first of all, I believe some of the justifications you highlighted were because of, based upon the downtown plan that was accepted. So is that true that some of the, things that you've identified is basically, downtown plan hasn't been codified, but you, based upon the downtown plan, you did find justification?
Right. So one of the variances, the FAR variance in particular, so floor area is calculated and it needs to include parking, especially when it's enclosed. And there is a very specific recommendation in the downtown plan that says we should eliminate parking from floor area ratio calculations in the downtown area to allow projects to be able to park themselves and to encourage development in the downtown. So we did use that very specific plan guidance from the downtown plan in supporting the FAR recommendation. Regarding the variances and the project in general, there's a general criteria that says, is the project consistent with the plans? And we do find that this project is consistent with the vision in both of our plans. So it is one piece of the criteria. But again, we do find that the variances and the project meet the standards or acceptable alternatives to the standards.
Okay. Question about height of structures. In the middle of this, in the middle of the development plan, there's like almost a whole nother floor. I forgot the name, what you called that. But essentially it increases the height by a whole nother floor, but it's in the middle of the structure. What's that called? First of all, what's it?
Yeah, so the things that can exceed maximum height are called appurtenances. So we have an exemption in our code that allows certain structures to be excluded from overall height. They have to meet some criteria, so they have to be less than 10% of the roof area, and they have to generally be unoccupied spaces. So the structures that are in the middle of the building they provide some mechanical screening of HVAC units, and then they also are elevator towers and stair towers. The applicant can probably describe that better, but the overall area of those appurtenances that exceed the overall height meet those standards to be exempt from the overall height requirement. So the height of the building is kind of measured at the highest point on the building. So there is an overall height variance for that, but the stuff above it is exempt by our code.
When I know this is a theoretical question, but I'm going to ask you a theoretical question anyways. And that is, when we go to codify the downtown plan, is it possible that we could put some height limitations on those structures?
Anything's possible, I'm sure.
Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever the community wants to do. Yeah.
Okay. So once we codify it, things can change. The Southwest.
One more question from you, if we could, Councilor Augusta, so we could get other people to ask questions too.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, but I'd like to get everybody involved if we can.
I can come back.
No, but go one more and then we'll come back to you. Sure.
So the southwest corner of Yampa and 12th, the second floor seems to be at a max of 30 feet because you have the drop, because it drops down 4 feet. They had to add 4 feet for the flight. So it seems like the second floor at that point is at 30 feet and and it's required to have a setback at 28 feet. So is that another variance or is it not another variance?
It is. So it's included as an upper story setback. So from 0 to 28 feet, the required setback for CY2 is 10 feet. And from 28 feet and above, which is typically above a second story, is 25 feet back. So that section, that corner that you're talking about, the second floor is included in one of those variances to be at 0 feet. So that particular corner is at 0 feet. I think up to a certain level, which the applicant could tell you better or the plans could show you.
It's not setback, so it's basically setback 0.
Correct. It's a variance request. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I have other questions, but
we'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let's hear from a couple others. Questions?
May I go?
Go for it.
Okay, I've got a few questions, but I'll start with one and then I'll pass it off. So I'm really just going to focus in on the variances that are presented before us tonight. There are 9. The first 2 that I want to talk about are the variance request 1, overall height, variance request 2, average plate height. Applicant states that the floodplain requirements are pushing for these variances. If that truly is the case, could the developer not have gone for an unnecessary hardship case?
That is probably possible. We have a hard time supporting hardship from a staff that can open us up for some legal complications Dan can speak to. I think the hardship argument, again, this is probably better for Dan to say, is has to really eliminate all possibility of development on that property. And so that's not the case here. So we typically move towards those acceptable alternatives as a better method. We do look at that. If the development could occur, if there was no floodplain there, could the same development occur? And does it have, excessive height or something like that? So it's a good comparison point. But we did find that for this particular, both of those variances, that the floodplain standards are improved by that variance request, and that's how we can recommend support of those variances.
And one follow-up question to those specific variances is that those variances, so unnecessary hardship would possibly be a hard case to make. And I think it'd be a hard case to make because these variances are not required for this development. I think I read in the minutes that the developer has chosen ceiling heights.
There are probably alternate ways that a building could be built on that property to come closer to the standards. So they are meeting the floodplain standards, but there are probably options for how they could develop that building.
Okay, thanks, Toby.
Councilor Swintek?
From my experience, we are always discouraged from comparing to similar buildings, but there's a lot of discussion here from staff about similar buildings nearby, this being in line with similar buildings. Why is that appropriate in this scenario and not in the majority of other scenarios that come to us?
Right. So when we compared, so there is some criteria for approval in the variances that indicate, is this building consistent with the character around it? Is it going to cause impacts or be different from what is nearby? So that's one criteria for approval that we have to consider. We have to look at the character of the area, but it is not the only thing that we considered when supporting these variances or this project. So we did mention in our staff report that there is a variable character of front setback along Yampa Street. Some buildings are at 0, some buildings are at 10, and what that represents to us is that there is a variety of ways to meet that standard. So given the context of Yampa Street and this building, we find that the building is in character in that regard. But to support the variances in particular, we found that each of those variances met a very specific alternative, and they were not supported just because of the character of the surrounding area. So we did consider it in our evaluation. Some of the statements in the staff report also are excerpts from the applicant's materials. So if just skimming, you might see some of those statements, but our analysis is based on the standards. And for the variances in particular, typically for each of them, we had to find an acceptable alternative to the standard that those variances met. But again, that character piece is the first criteria for approval for each variance. So.
Other questions for Toby? Councilor Pacino, do you have anything online there?
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting thing. Toby, it's not as much about this project in whole. It was more when you're working with this many variances with the developer, what I'm looking at is that in most of your application, you saw that it was consistent with staff and everything else. So I really appreciate your report. It was very lengthy at 28 pages on this one. So I think it went into some detail. But what I'm also concerned on is just not concerned, but wanting to clarify and understand when you're working with the developer on all these different variances, how is this compared to other applications that had variances like this? Was this a positive experience? Did you work side by side with this developer, or was it really giving them their own instruction like this does not pass, you need to solve it?
When
I'm
we are
trying to
looking at
understand your process.
Yeah, when we look at any project, it really just sort of means more analysis for us, and there's probably not as much working together as you might envision. So they provide some information, we provide some comments back, so we provide our perspective, how it's meeting the standards. We typically have a couple rounds of review. I think we had 2 rounds of review on this project before we came to here. So we're trying to describe to the applicant the intent and the purpose of those standards and really trying to meet those, and maybe where their project or their information is not meeting that purpose or intent. Everyone's goal is typically to get to a recommendation of approval. So we're trying to provide some information to them as to why we can or cannot recommend their project to you for decision. So we do kind of consider the project as a whole. And on occasion, including sometimes recently, we've said, this is just maybe too many variances. It just doesn't quite fit. And we give that information to the applicant, and they can choose their project, or they can choose to move forward and, present their case and their information. So we give them some feedback. They can respond to it, or they can say, thanks, but no thanks. We're going to move forward with, a recommendation of denial if we can't get there. So.
Okay. Councilor Barnes or Councilor Gary, do you have anything?
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say thank you for all the in-depth analysis and the staff has put forward in it. And I don't have any questions.
Okay. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Toby. During your kind of comments, you mentioned something right about the downtown plan and the community plan, and to the extent that there were places perhaps in the applicant's language that wasn't necessarily accurate. Could you point those out?
Yeah, I remember reading through the table that was provided as some supplemental material for your council packet. It wasn't in the Planning Commission packet, to sort of summarize those variances. Some of the statements in that table indicate that a plan supports maybe a 45-foot height or a 0-foot setback. And the canvas plan, in that case, for the 45-foot height and the 0-foot setback, the canvas plan really isn't that specific on those standards. So while so the canvas plan in particular, that's the community plan, defines land use districts that include a character of a district to give us some guidance when we are looking at development plans and variances and these subjective decisions. To create that character of that district, this is language that's in the plan, but so you can find it. But to create the character of that district, they look at what's existing and then also think about the future, like what the goals this community is trying to achieve. And so to achieve our goals, we might want to think about some additional density requirements in our downtown to maybe meet some of our other economic goals or, infill goals or any number of other goals. So those character districts provide us some guidance and some structure for where we would want to go, but they are definitely not specific standards. We could maybe achieve the vision of those plans in a different way. So to say that the plan supports a 45-foot overall height isn't quite accurate. We haven't determined that. While we had some community discussion, certainly to get those recommendations, we would need to turn those into standards. We need to have a full discussion with our community and here to make sure that's what we want to do. Sometimes those visions change or don't get implemented, or we choose to get there a different way. So, yeah.
Okay. One other question. On the dimensional standard overview tables, the issue of the average plate, and just you want to there's a little bit of a discrepancy between the applicant and the staff.
Yeah,
Want to
so
dive into that?
the way that we measure average plate height when they're asking for a variance is we look at the highest average plate height, which is supposed to come from the highest elevation. So there is a little bit of grade on this site. So each of the sides has a slightly different average plate height, and we typically choose the largest one to just indicate the most impact that's there. And the other, in this case, the other 4 sides of that building also are above the average plate height. But our point in showing that in the staff report there was to really just kind of demonstrate the variability and just make sure that we all know what we're talking about. It's a little bit taller, like parts of the building are a little bit taller than our standard. So they did choose one average plate height and we chose a different one. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay, before we go back to you, Counselor Acosta, I just have one question. I don't even know if it's a question as much as maybe just an observation, but when I walk down Yampa Street, it seems to me that buildings like this are on basically from 6th to 7th, from 7th to 8th, 8th to 9th, 9th to 10th. You know, there's 1 or 2 on all of them that have a lot of variances similar to this particular building. So whether that's a self-fulfilling prophecy or not, I don't know. But when you talk about the character, it seems like we've already established the character on Yampa. And the character on Yampa is much more consistent with these types of buildings that are going up, it appears. Would you say that's a fair statement?
I think that character on Yampa is a bit challenging. I looked at all of the buildings on Yampa. I've done 2 projects on Yampa recently, so had chance to look at all of the buildings. And there's a number of buildings that were approved with variances, number of buildings, or 2 buildings at least, that were approved by PUD. So we have not quite met our dimensional standards for Yampa. So, and it's just that side of the street. CY2 is the side that we're looking at, and CY1 is the other side of the river. So of that street, of that character, we're not really at those dimensional standards. So perhaps our dimensional standards never quite worked. And we may have already chosen our vision here, but those are the standards that we have to apply, and we haven't changed them yet. So it's a tricky sort of spot to be in, which is why we've had so much discussion about it, tried to present this information, not exactly black and white. Our standards say one thing, the existing development says another, our plans say a third thing. So we're trying our best to just get all the information out there and make an informed decision. Okay. So.
Councilor Acosta?
Are they required to have sidewalks?
They are, and there are sidewalks existing, and they are keeping some existing sidewalks and adding to sidewalks.
So is there a code of how wide those sidewalks need to be, or do you know what the width of those sidewalks are?
I think they are. There is a code. I think that the sidewalk on Yampa, when it's complete, is going to be about 16 feet wide. I think that is standard based on what we want on Yampa. And then on 12th Street, I believe it's going to be 10 feet wide, and I think that's existing, and I think that also meets the standard.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Sorry, I don't want to beat a point, but this just rings bells to me about that nightmare garage in that neighborhood, where when we were talking about other similar houses, and we were encouraged by staff, we shouldn't be looking at the neighbors, and we shouldn't be looking at the other buildings near it. And I am having the hardest time sitting here now, having staff tell us that other buildings on Yampa look like this, and therefore it's okay. Like, that just isn't adding up to me.
Toby, do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can address that. So I think you were talking about the building on Buckskin.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one was a hardship variance, and the hardship variance criteria requires that there be a special circumstance.
Okay.
That causes the subject lot to need the variance. And so if it is something that is shared with all the other lots, then that is a criteria that would militate against granting a variance. And so in a hardship situation, if it's the same situation everywhere, then that's not grounds for a variance. It's got to be special to or specific to the lot that's asking for the variance. The variance that you're being asked to look at today is an acceptable alternative variance, which is, there are different criteria from a hardship variance.
So if it's a hardship, you can't look at anything near it. If it's
I wouldn't say can't, but it has that special circumstance criteria that it does not apply in an acceptable alternative. And so that special circumstance criteria, I do think, requires you to focus more on that lot and not the whole neighborhood.
Okay.
And I'll just also say, what we always say, and what holds true for this project is each project does need to stand on its own. And each variance needs to meet criteria on its own. So each of these variances does meet an acceptable standard. That third criteria is either an unnecessary hardship or an acceptable alternative. The other criteria that a variance needs to meet, one of them is sort of a character impact standard, but the acceptable alternative is why this standard on this project. And so that is specific for each variance and specific for this project. So again, the context of the area gives us information about our future land use and about how this building may or may not impact our future land use or the existing buildings around it. So looking at the impacts of this building is how we apply the character. But our support for this project does not come specifically from, it looks like everything else. It just has to meet, it has to meet the standards, which again, we find that it does.
Okay. Sorry, we can continue.
Okay, any other questions for Toby?
Of course.
I've got one too.
Yes, I do. Toby, is there how does someone apply for and get a license to have an outside seating area for your business? This is on a 0 lot line, so everything of that sidewalk is city right away, correct?
Yeah, so if they wanted to have outdoor seating on the sidewalk within the city right of way, they need to get a limited use permit, I believe, from the planning department, which is administrative approval, and they need to get a revocable license. There are a couple of different types. There's an administrative type if the seating is going to be removable. And those revocable licenses are administered by Public Works. They need to make sure that the right-of-way is safe, has enough access provided. So, however, if they put their outdoor seating on their own property, then they don't need to apply for any of those licenses.
Okay, thank you. That's my last question.
Okay.
One more, I think. So Toby, I want to talk about variance request number 9, lot coverage. Right now, their proposed lot coverage is 95%. Maximum in CY2 is 85%. So maybe just talk about, I know what it means, but I would love for you to just share because I have a follow-up question on that.
Yeah, again, we looked at the lot coverage and the FAR, and we feel that they're a little bit connected in this case. Again, the purpose of those standards is sort of to reduce mass and scale. So when you reduce the lot coverage, it allows some space for pedestrian activity. You know, it allows for different things to happen at the street level for that building to have a good scale at the pedestrian level and still sort of be an equivalent scale with the buildings next to it. So that's sort of what it's trying to achieve. Our direction here is, so there's a couple things. So the FAR calculation, and I'm going to come back to lot coverage, but the FAR calculation does include parking as part of that. So one way to meet the FAR calculation and another way, and the same way to meet the lot coverage is to not enclose that parking, not cover that parking. And then they might meet the lot coverage standards, but they would need some other design standards. So one of our evaluations is, you know, do we want to see an open parking lot and meet our lot coverage standards, or do we want to have kind of an FAR and a lot coverage variance and have an enclosed parking lot, or even a further example, have a building that doesn't park itself and have a parking variance. So in our evaluation of that, we found that most of the standards in our code are sort of leading us to an enclosed parking that looks nice and a building that parks itself. And then there is some other standards that sort of indicate a difference between CO and CY, and that's also another reason for a different lot coverage. There's, I think, no max lot coverage in CO, which is right across the alley. So that is some codified language from some old visions and some old plans. So we're sort of in a tough spot, applying some standards that are not necessarily consistent with our vision. So all of those things combined, in addition to the articulation on the front of the building along Yampa Street and some articulation on the 12th Street side, which, though they are included in lot coverage, those areas, because they cover the lot, they do provide the intent of that standard. So that's through those application of other standards, that's how we're able to support the lot coverage variance. Y'all could find something different that it doesn't meet those standards in the same way that you find, but that's how we were able to get there on the lot coverage.
Okay, so my follow-up to, I get the whole parking, and I get that, and why that's pushing the FAR. But when we talk about lot coverage, can you talk about how that is impacting the setbacks? Specifically variance number 3 and variance number 4.
Well, I think if the building met setbacks, then that would probably reduce their lot coverage. So they're probably connected. So by, supporting those setbacks and building to those 0-foot setbacks, it does increase the lot coverage. So again, we've found the same justification there that the design of this building does provide some articulation, some pedestrian interest, some reduction of the scale and some interaction with the street to meet the intent of those standards. So there's probably different ways to meet the intent of those standards. One way would be to provide a 10-foot setback. One thing I'll mention, so the CY standards, if you built a building to meet those, you would have the building setback at 10 foot, and then it has a deck coming out at 5 feet. So that sort of speaks to some articulation, something coming towards the building. You'd still have 5 feet between the property line / sidewalk, but that's where we're sort of coming from with articulation and interest. So there are some other buildings, I know it's not great to compare, but there are some other buildings that do provide some similar types of methods that we've found that work. Again, we don't have to look at those. We can just look at this one. But again, we find that it provides some articulation and meets the intent of those standards.
I'm going to do one follow-up, and then I'm same train of thought here. So then going back to the variance request number 3, the setbacks propose 0 setback on Yampa Street and 0 setback on 12th Street.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about for folks what that means and what that looks like and why we actually have setbacks in our CDC.
Yeah, I think the purpose of those setbacks, we believe they're not super clear. So we haven't written very specific purpose and intent statements for setbacks. So we have to interpret a bit what those mean. So we believe that those setback requirements for the CY2 zone district or in the CDC in general, well, I'm just going to talk about CY2. We don't need to talk about anything else. On Yampa Street is to encourage pedestrian activity. We've always envisioned that as an entertainment area, restaurants, bars, places to go, not even necessarily retail, though we have some down there, but so a place to have tables outside like many of the uses down on Yampa Street do. So there are some different ways to provide that interaction with the street. On Yampa Street in particular, there's a large patio that's going to be associated with the restaurant space. That will be a commercial space with that big patio. So hopefully it works for a restaurant now and in the future. But it is designed with some interactivity rather than kind of a straight wall and providing no interaction with the street. So that's what we believe the setback standards are for, is on Yampa Street, is to provide some space for there to be some activity. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Toby. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Toby. I have one question before we move on here. Typically, we take a break around 7 o'clock. And we have a ways to go here with this particular discussion. So what is your preference, council? Do you want to keep moving forward with this? We got a lot of people in the room. Or do you want to take a 10-minute break?
Out of respect, we should continue.
Continue? Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, is the applicant here? Would you like to come up and?
Yeah, you have 15 minutes.
Yeah, whoops. Do you need to tie your computer in?
I'm ready to do that. 1 second.
If you would just give us your name and address, please, that would be great.
Chandler Diamond, Vertical Arts Architecture, representing the developer, 690 Marketplace Plaza, Suite 1. Thank you, council members, for allowing us to present our project today. And thank you, staff, for all the hard work that they put together, working with us on trying to get this project to an approvable state. We understand all the confusion with everything going on. One of the things that we're all a little confused on is some of these accessory documents or supplemental documents that are out there. And one of the things Toby talked about that I wanted to share with you is that in the community canvas, it does specifically speak to density downtown. And it says the most appropriate developments in this zone are mixed-use buildings with commercial ground floors and offices or housing above with general height limit of 45 feet. Secondly, the second point of the density is building in this district shall have 0 or very small setbacks from the lot line to maximize the lot coverage and facilitate a more walkable built environment. So one of the criteria for approval, the second criteria, your first one is how does it fit into the neighborhood? The second one is, does it comply with the community plan? And then the third one is the points that Toby brought up earlier. So in going back to that community canvas plan, we were trying to be in support and in compliance with that, with these general requests. Understanding it is not codified, but that specifically in the CDC does speak to that particular element. The other thing I wanted to present was, let me share my screen here. I wanted to talk about building height a little bit. So building height in general, going back to what we talked about, building height is usually calculated in this area from the existing grade. So existing grade here, our lowest point of existing grade is at that southwest corner that was discussed. But because of the floodplain there, if we built to that point, we would actually be in the floodplain. What I want to bring to everybody's attention that if you come from our base flood elevation, which is our finished floor on the first level, we actually are 38 feet maximum in height. What is pushing us over that height is that varying grade that goes from the north side of the site to the south side of the site, and the fact, once again, that we're in a floodplain. There are ways to build within a floodplain and not be fully flood-proofed, but that requires active elements. It requires people to come in and put in floodgates. It requires active uses and people to do that. So if there were a flash flood type scenario, you can be in a predicament to where you couldn't get all the flood proofing in place. So in this instance, as Toby stated, for that approval, we were trying to actively flood proof this to meet that standard, not cause a life safety issue with it. And once again, in doing that, we actually are at the 38-foot building height, but when you measure it from existing grade or the standards, we end up going over that building height. One of the other discussions is, as they talked about, was the FAR, and Toby did a great job of explaining that. One of the big discrepancies in the codes and the plans currently are in relation to that parking garage. We thought it was very important in this development because as you guys talked about earlier, paid parking at ski, parking issues downtown, et cetera, that it was important to fully park this site and not have any variances within that. And part of that also feeds into the setback requirements. In order to fully park the site without being able to expand into that setback, we would have lost at least one row of parking and 6 to 7 spaces, which then would have reduced our overall parking count, and we would have been in here asking for a variance on parking. So when you look at the overall project, and this is what staff has also helped us look at, is that yes, there are variances within here, but those variances are also in support of alternative methods to make the project compliant with other areas. And it's a tough part because in order to meet all of the black and white pages, sometimes it's not possible to do that and to still not request variances. You can meet all of those and still have variances. You can request more and still have variances. So it's as you guys are kind of seeing that CO or CY areas has some challenges with that. So thank you. And if there's any questions, we're more than happy to answer those as well.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, then what we will do is open it up to public comment. Oh, you want to come up? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, come on up. You do have some time left.
I think there was like 10 minutes. Did anyone
It
see?
was. We'll give you 10 minutes.
More brief than that. So over the last 3 decades, when you look back, through kind of the history of how this stuff has gone, the city of Steamboat has, through countless elected city councils and our planning commissions and city staff, consistently evolved the community codified policies. Our envisioning documents, our envisioning guidance has changed, the framework that directs downtown development. Different city managers have driven different priorities. There's been an inevitably evolving vision for how downtown should be activated, and that's led us to where we're at today. Back in 1999, there was a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use commercial zone district in the area community plan that was created. That was programmatic guidance that kind of evolved in 2006 into the Main Street program. And there was the eventual historic preservation overlay that was adopted in 2014. Then comprehensive downtown plan, a lot of people call it the master plan, in 2019. Then, we had the big taxpayer-funded, community-directed community canvas plan that was unanimously adopted by this council. The evolution of towns and communities and people, societies, our needs, our technology, the systems that we create to formulate and bring those ideas into reality are inevitable. They're always going to evolve. But the thing that strikes me in a community that's funded almost exclusively by sales tax and lodging taxes is that if you're not growing and evolving your town, you're dying, sadly. I think that we all see that at some level that's true. We as a community and you as our elected leaders have risen time and again to meet the challenge of balancing the continued growth of our thriving community on one hand, while on the other you have to honor the past and the heritage that's made this place special why we all moved here. So our community has demonstrated time and time again a preference for an approach that's more of ongoing refinement, tweaks, than it is to a static regulatory sort of event that just massively codifies a whole plan as comprehensive as Canvas. But you have to understand as a developer or anybody, whether you want to build a ADU on the back of your house or a mixed use building in downtown, it puts you in a conflict where you're always looking at one page and then looking back at another. And variances have become kind of a 4-letter word in our town, but they exist for a reason. And I think it's precisely because of this conflict that we get lasting projects that really stand the test of time in our community. I think the CDC does a lot of things well, but I think that the envisioning and guidance documents like the master plan and the Canvas plan are there for a reason, and we should listen to them. The downtown plan The downtown policy has never been static or singular. It's always been continuously refined over time, from broad comprehensive plans and guidance in the 90s to framework that you just passed this year. And so, you know, I'm not a lifelong developer. I didn't go to school for this. I've never done this before. I'm a chef. I'm a restaurateur. I'm doing this to build another restaurant. I'm a working guy. So for me, reading all these plans and hiring all these experts and working with the city's experts, sometimes I'm like, just plain English. Could you give me this in plain English? And the plain English thing that I want to make sure that's conveyed to you is that if both of these plans were codified, we wouldn't be here asking for variances. We'd be fully parked, creating parking for the community to use. Our height would be contemplated, all of the different things that are for public benefit, because time and time again, the one thing you always hear is we don't want cake boxes. We don't want wedding cake stacks. We want vibrant buildings that create vitality to our downtown corridor. But because these conflicts exist between the CDC and these envisioning documents, through 5 councils over the last 3 decades that have passed these things, we're being required to ask for variances. I know 9 or 7 or whatever the number is seems like a big number, but when you realize that you have to get a variance to not put windows in a brick wall that faces another brick wall, that you shouldn't have to ask for that. You know, when you have to ask to not put 40% window in a building, so that you don't, you know, look like a modern building, but you have some refinement and kind of match the downtown, old town vibe, that's a variance. When you want to cover your parking garage from the view and the sidewalk, that's a variance, you know, and either way, you either have to get a variance to not cover it, or we got to get a variance to make it pretty. Either way, we're here for a variance. The type of windows and screening that we're proposing to put to cover the parking garage, it's never been done, so that's a variance. I think if you looked at it, it's beautiful. Like there's no reason we shouldn't be able to use artistic, you know, steel louvers that are fabricated and welded by a local welder. You know, I mean, this is. I think that some of these things sort of miss the forest through the trees when you focus on, yeah, there's all these ones, but taken it case by case, we're really only here for 2 or 3. The majority of these are sort of technicalities, you know, not dividing. It says that it shall be divided in 25-foot. You know, you should have this massing of 25 foot. Well, when your lot is 115 feet wide, you're either getting a variance to divide 115 by 4, or you're getting a variance to go 25, 25, 25, 15. Either way, you're here at a variance. You know, so you're told on one document over here, cover the entire lot because we want downtown lots to be full. And then over here, you're told, yeah, don't do that. That's too much density, but you can't ask for parking. So, you know, there's all of that stuff. But I just in plain English, I think it's important to consider each one of those and what it's really asking for. The one with the windows on a brick wall is bananas to me. But the Latigo project, I believe, and I think the city staff report shows, is consistent with the city's adopted long-term vision. It's compatible with its built surroundings and is responsive to the unique constraints of the building site with the floodplain. And while it does require some code variances, it's been thoughtfully and thoroughly evaluated and found to meet your approval criteria with no adverse impacts identified. I'm taking that language right out of all the 300 pages of stuff that you've got. The city staff recommends your approval based on the project's alignment with your adopted envisioning plans and its thoughtful design and contribution to the vitality of Old Town. That's important. So, you know, the last thing I just want to say is, as a developer, like I said, I don't do this for a living. I hope I'm never back here again. We're locals. My wife and I are raising our family here. We've got 4 daughters here. We employ over 100 people here. We're trying to employ more. We're committed and we're invested in this town. We're on boards left and right. We're invested in its viability, its vibrancy. If we're forced to sell the land, who's going to buy it? We could end up with some out-of-state developer who comes in from Chicago and puts a soulless sort of wedding cake to stack building on there, sells it for millions of dollars and leaves, having never really invested in the fabric of our community? We don't know. But approval of this project tonight, I think, represents an opportunity for you as our council to advance the adopted city planning goals, setting a precedent in a manner that is responsible, intentional, and forward-looking. Thank you for your time and your dedication in support of our community. The service that you provide is not an enviable chair to be sitting in over there. Much respect for the job that all of you do, because you never make everybody happy, and we know that, and I know it's a ton of hours. So I really appreciate you and respect you, and I just hope that we'll gain your vote and have confidence for the vision of 12th and Yampa. Thanks.
Thank you, Colin. Okay. We are going, boy, everybody's ready. On your mark. We will open it up to public comment. And we'll have some people online, I think, who have their hands up as well. So we'll alternate kind of. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address and come on down, Chris.
Chris Paoli, 55 Missouri Avenue. And Colin is right. He is not a developer, and no developer would do this project like this. So sorry, Colin. This is the second time I've been up here and advocating for a local business owner. The last time was Scott Marr when he was doing his hotel. And I'm pounding on the table. We've got local people that are in the community that are trying to do good projects that are not totally financially driven. I can tell you, I know the math behind it. If this was a financially driven project, you would see hardy board siding, you'd see garages that are private and no structured parking. You'd see the smallest possible commercial spaces in the building. You could go down the street and see exactly what you would end up with, which does nothing for our community. Colin is trying to build a 5,000 square foot restaurant space. No developer would put that much commercial space in a project in Steamboat. We have restricted where we could do economically viable development to this really finite area. I mean, Yampa Kitchen had to go get a waiver to be able to do outside seating so you can see where it stops and it basically runs into the river. This is the only place we have to develop commercially viable things that generate tax revenue and create the experience that we are offering as a community. And our variance is, and I will say, like, I don't think anybody on this council was on the council when they were putting these codes in place, but you sit up here and you're like, this is a flaw in the code. You can't adopt the code with this. And then everybody chatters around and they say, well, we have a variance process. Yet we use the variance process as an extortion method for developers, because we hold them as like, we hold this code as like these really finite things. You walk down the street and we've got Howelson Place that happens to be over 50 feet on the Yampa Street. You know, you got all these varied things out there, but whenever we decide we're going to hang our hat on one of these, code items, like Scott Marr was in here for a hotel and our code says that the top floor has to be residential units if you're going to do a fourth floor. Why would we not want a guy to do, fourth floor hotel rooms? Same thing with Colin. Colin's building a very nice building. This is we could all debate the architecture, but I walk down the street and I see hardy board siding. I see materials that are far less quality. He looks like he's building a building that's going to last the test of time. He's on a really good corner with a park across the street and river access for people to engage with his restaurant. I can't advocate enough that, we cannot get stuck in the code process, in this like code that's got, ample flaws, because what you're going to end up with is people who just figure out how to make the most money on a project and give you garbage and, not caring about our community. No one would build a 5,000 square foot restaurant. That's like a gift, it's like somebody wanting to do a hotel downtown. So anyway.
Okay, thank you. Come on down.
Sorry, I have to go home and get my kids to sleep. My name is Chris Stillenbeck, 331 Apple Drive. My wife and I own FM Light & Sons. The town has changed a lot over the years. It continues to change. Colin is an asset to our town. He's created several thriving businesses, and he's been a big supporter of our community. And I think this is our chance to show our support back. Yampa Street, I think, does have a pretty significant issue with parking. Even Now it seems like even in April and May, when the tourists are gone, you still can't find parking down there. I think any kind of opportunity where we can support a project that is actually making parking spaces for that area of town trumps any of the other variances he may be asking for to help support that. So thank you very much, and I hope you support this project.
Okay,
Thanks, Chris.
thank you. Go ahead, come on down. I'm not going to send you away twice.
Coming in on the tail end of everything here. Most everything I was going to read, council members and city council manager and city attorney, was all to support Colin and Emily. I don't need to read all this. You've been hearing about it. There's a lot of mixed messages between the master plan and the canvas plan. And my understanding is that that's what they were directed to build this on. And they're doing the best they possibly can. And I think you said it best, Chris, this is the city's opportunity. And the young man who just walked out from FM Light and Sons, this is the best opportunity you guys can have to thank Colin and his family for investing everything into this town for as long as they've been here. My vote and my encouragement to the council is to take this to heart and just try to look at what will happen if they end up selling the dirt. What's going to happen? You'll be back in this place. It'll remain an ugly corner for potentially, I don't know, 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, 48 months, who knows? And you'll be back in here again arguing variances with somebody else. You know what you got with Colin and his wife and his family. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down, and then when you're done, we'll go online and see if we can pick off someone there.
Haven't done this in a while, but my name is Lori Windler. My husband Carl and I own the Windler Ranch on 23625 County Road 13 in Yampa. I want to speak to Colin's community involvement and his support of our youth. He and his family attend the Routt County Fair every year and support the youth that work so hard on those animals there. I want to commend the city. For the first time last year, I saw a banner in Steamboat that promoted the Routt County Fair. And our youth works very hard there and doesn't get a lot of support from the businesses from Steamboat. But Colin runs some businesses that totally support that. They put pictures up of the animals and the people that they support, the kids that they support in each restaurant. And they really do bring that love of the youth to the Routt County Fair from the business owners in Steamboat. So I hope that tonight he will be successful in what he's put his heart so much into. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, is that Bill? Okay, Bill, you want to unmute?
I think I'm unmuted.
Yeah, we can hear you, Bill.
Right, Bill Jameson. Not to be against a project, but there's only one thing wrong with this project. It's too big for the site that it's being put on. The variances are driven by the size of the project. Rather than build to the size of the allowed site, they've asked to go to zero setback instead of meeting the setbacks required. Your job is to look at the code. The plan is until the plan is codified, it's nothing but a plan and a wish. If you want to adopt the plan and codify it, or parts of it, and any developer wants to come back after it's been codified, go for it. But tonight, you're looking at a code that requires certain things. And you ought to put blinders on to that plan and review this project based on the code. And the variances that are being requested that are driven by the size of and mass of the building on this site just can't be supported by the code. You can pull at the heartstrings of a local developer, a local entrepreneur, but that's not grounds to approve these variances that go to a mass and size. So I urge you to look at your code. And, I've talked for 20 years. Variances are given out in this community like jelly beans. And this is where you've ended up. 9 variances. I agree a lot of them can probably be justified, but you can't justify the mass and 0 setback on this site for this size building. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, we have Melissa. Melissa, can you unmute?
Hello, everybody. I've never spoken at a city council meeting before. My name is Melissa.
We're having trouble seeing you, Ken. I don't know what we're looking at actually, but
Can you hear me though?
I think we need.
can you give us your name and address too, please?
Yes,
Dan.
my name
Oh, there
is
we go.
Melissa Montano, 1463 Conestoga Circle. I've been with Colin and Emily for a long time. I'm a local housekeeper in town. I started at Resort Group as a housekeeping supervisor. I got pulled over to Howison Place by Green Corps Corporation, Sherry and Mark Scully. I was the original property manager at Howison Place in Alpenglow. And I just want to be here and support. Colin and Emily, they are literally the epitome. They are the locals people. They've done everything in their power to try to provide local housing for their work staff. They've done everything in their power to keep me employed, as well as a number of other people in town, and while I don't really understand the variances, what is the general public really going to notice about a deck being 5 foot wide or 4 feet wide, or, the roof being above the county building, or any of that, I just think that I want to say that,
Okay. Melissa, are you there? I think we lost Melissa. Well, we'll see if we get her back or not. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come down and make a public comment? Yes, sir. Well, 1, 2, 3.
My name's Jim Hofius. I live on 1146 Longview Circle right here in town. I've been in construction for 50 years. I'm retired now, but all these variances and all the laws that he's trying to build us to, what's the reason for them? The reason they were made in the first place was to keep things from getting way out of hand. And so there's the letter of the law, and then there's also a principle. If you look at the principle, all these variances, he's trying to meet that principle. Maybe not the letter of the law, but are we trying to go by the letter of the law? That's why there is so many variances here in town, because we go by the principle. Try and make something that looks good and that the people can use, and it benefits the town. And I think that's what we have here, something that really benefits the town. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Come on down, and Joella will take you next.
Good evening. Nice to see everyone tonight. Thank you for all your late Tuesday nights. I'm Doug Starkey, Steamboat Springs resident since 2003 and a local business owner. I live at 740 Deerfoot Arts Park Drive. I'm here to lend my support to the city planning staff's recommendation for approval of the 12th and Yampa residences. I've read the entire report, and agree with the recommendations to City Council. And thanks for all their hard work on this project. It's a big report, and clearly there's a lot of thought put into it. I believe this project would be a great asset to downtown Steamboat Springs, as are the developers, Emily and Colin Kelly. I'm regularly amazed by the amount of hard work these two individuals put into their multiple businesses, their schools, and their family. I'm sure with these two at the helm, the Latigo will be another success for Steamboat Springs. I recommend you all approve the resolution before you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Doug. Joella?
Joella West, 75 Copper Rose Court. Always a pleasure to be on this side. This is going to be peculiar. There was a period of time not that long ago when the phrase "steamboat is losing its soul" became the theme of the year. It was a surprising through line in responses to the community plan survey. It became a question that was asked at City Council candidate forums. You remember that? I recall at one point responding in one of those forums that if council was to address this, we would need to have a definition of what is considered steamboat soul so that moving forward, we could measure our actions against that. Well, fast forward to now, we never got that definition, and I'm no longer on council. I spent some considerable time over the past weekend reading the agenda packet for this item. And when it came to the drawings, I had an unexpected aha moment. To borrow from an old and very famous Supreme Court decision regarding a completely different subject, I don't know all the elements of steamboat soul, but apparently I know it when I see it. Because when I looked at those drawings, I could see steamboat losing its soul. I'm currently a member of the board of Historic Routt County, but I understand that we can't save the soul of Steamboat by preserving it in amber. We have two very beloved but non-productive buildings, and no one has come forward to with a plan to save and reuse either one of them. The soul of Steamboat can't possibly be preserved by surrounding orange peel and the double Z with yellow caution tape and leaving them to fall down or be destroyed by vandals, as what happened to the chief. The proposed development is a beautiful building, but it's totally in the wrong location. In scale, in height, and especially in setback or lack thereof, it simply doesn't belong on this block of Yampa. And the fact, as referenced in the packet, that other buildings in the CY zone have been granted some similar but not identical variances does not, as far as I'm aware, create a binding precedent. And while I am absolutely sure that Colin has created a sound business plan, I don't think that the city's never-ending search for additional revenue should be allowed to destroy the soul of Steamboat on this beloved block of Yampa. So what's my ask? Either approve one or more of decline to approve one or more of these variances, or send this back to the Planning Commission because they did not send it to you with a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joella.
Thanks, Joel.
Come on down.
Hi, thank you. My name is Michelle Cargill. I live at 429 429 Laurel Street in downtown Steamboat. And I am the former developer of Waterside Village, which is the building directly next to the project that's being considered. I also have owned many businesses myself in Steamboat and used to own Moxie Home Consign and Design, ran the La Quinta Inn. We built employee housing for them, participated in a lot of other things as well in the community, and raised my two wonderful children here. So it's hard to get up here and speak against somebody that has done something that I have, that's done really great things in the community. But I do think that this project is not appropriate for this particular corner. If you have ever spent any time in Steamboat, which I'm sure most of you have, you will realize that that particular corner is really what defines us as a community. It is where we have events, people gather, they congregate, everything happens there. It's beautiful next to the park, views of the library, views of Howison Hill. And so I think that that particular location deserves to be respected in both the size of the building that's going there and matching up with other buildings such as Waterside Village next to it. I'm not against all of these variances. I understand that variances are necessary often to grow your community and enhance your community. And I have requested variances myself in the past, and some of them I have not been granted. Requesting a variance and building a building thinking that you should just have all your variances, I think is against the intent of the code, against the intent of what we want to do in this town. You shouldn't design your building, as Bill said, to the lot and just try to get as much as you possibly can out of it. There are things I think that can be done to limit the impact, particularly the height and the fact that there are limited setbacks on the second floor. I think if you looked at your packet, you'll see that the height of some of the sections that border Waterside Village actually come up to the middle of the windows on the third floor of Waterside Village. And I also think that, yes, you can take 38 feet here and say, yes, the building's 38 feet here, but it's also over 41 feet on the corner where everybody's interacting with a square corner with no access on the corner, windows. I mean, I looked at it, it's a beautiful building, but I thought that's like an ivory tower and doesn't make the community feel welcome and invited. So I just think you need to look at the code and go with that because that's what it's there for. And each project should be evaluated individually.
Hey,
Thanks, Michelle.
thank you. Come on down.
I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't say something around here. I'm Cookie Lockhart. I grew up at 11th and Yampa, 1 block away. And let me tell you, for some time now, the building at 12th and Yampa we're talking about looked like a wildcat operation making moonshine in the hills of Kentucky. That was what I thought. But anyway, we rented saddle horses when I was a kid, brought in the horses every day all summer. And that was on our property for 80 years. And I was sort of forced to sell because I couldn't develop it. And I sold it right before the boom came back. I've known Colin Kelly since he came to town. He's done nothing but improve everything he's done, in my opinion. And my opinion might not mean anything, but I've been here longer than most of you were born. And I'm just really glad to see such a great improvement. And I just can't say anything bad about it. It's certainly an improvement from what it has been. And their family has done a lot for this community. And that's the end of my speech.
Thank you, Cookie. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come down? Come on down.
Smith. I live in Oak Creek. I don't know if that makes a difference, but my address is 502 Moffett Avenue. This is the first time I've ever been to a city council meeting. I moved here 4.5 years ago from Vail, Colorado. So you can only imagine how I've seen things changed. I've lived there for 19 years before my husband and I moved here. He's now part owner of Ski Town Wine and Spirits, and they have a little wine club called The Collective, which is why we came here. I'm going to slightly pull at your heartstrings because Colin hired me without literally almost ever meeting me. And it's been a pleasure to work for him. Coming from Vail, and I worked in the industry, I am a sommelier, so I worked in many restaurants in Vail. Have never seen anybody so dedicated to a restaurant. Colin literally is there. I mean, until he opened Cypress, he was at Primrose 5 nights, maybe 6. When he finally actually started taking Mondays and Tuesdays off, we were thrilled because he needs days off. But he's a great man, and he's like, I think kind of what Melissa was saying before she got cut off is he's sort of like family to all of his employees. He would do anything for any of his employees if they needed anything. And, you know, going back to kind of what he said about who knows what's going to happen to that lot if he can't keep it, if you guys don't approve it. I just don't see anybody else being as Steamboat local and having the heart of Steamboat in a place other than Colin. And from what Toby said, again, I don't know anything about variances. It's like a different language to me. If you want to talk about Nebbiolo or Cab from Napa, let's go. But she's approving it, and the city seems to be approving it from her perspective. And it seems like there are a lot of gray areas, but from what she said, from what I could understand, it seems like it will work. And if it will work for somebody like Colin, that is such a great person, I feel like you guys should definitely take that into consideration. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to come down? Come on down.
Noah Zedek, 33-800 Catamount Drive. I'm just here to offer my support as well for the project. When it comes to variances and the purpose of certain building codes, the purpose of any code is really just to enhance the community. I also disagree with the comment earlier that this requires you to put blinders on. Actually, the variance process necessarily serves the opposite effect. And we happen to have a local developer here who has already proven his ability and intent to enhance the community through his multiple business and restaurant ventures that serve as gathering places for locals and visitors alike. So I grew up here in Steamboat. I've seen the kind of evolution of where this proposed development is going, and I definitely think it's in need of improvement, and I trust the Colin and the developer to accomplish that vision. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have someone else back there?
Hi, my name is Michelle Gansey, and I live at 1580 Mark Twain Court. And I'm speaking in favor of the project that Colin's doing to pass. I guess I wasn't really going to speak, but I've been here for about 2 years, and we've had a lot of growth. And has anyone ever tried to get a reservation for dinner in town? I make them ahead of time, about a month ahead at a lot of restaurants. And so we talk about growth. We're improving the airport. We're talking about, the influx of visitors. It's part of what, we're doing, the draw to the ski area and all the things that we do. And so I guess it's about accommodating, all of the visitors that we're encouraging to come here. And I feel like a lot of times we can't do that with what we have. We're from kind of a bigger city, and I'm sure a lot of you have lived in one. We're from Columbus, Ohio, and just to be able to have a nice dinner, at a nice place is a big deal. I think that the building is beautiful. I think it fits on that block. I like that we're adding more parking. One thing also, Jim Lockhart spoke, and I wanted to correct something that he said. He's been in construction for 50 years. He used to build rocket launching pads. So in terms of the variances and why those are about, I think it's important to take those into consideration because they're for progress, right? It's for the roadmap to making things better. So in summary, I'm speaking in favor of Colin's project, and I appreciate you listening to all the things that were said tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to make a public comment? Okay, seeing none. There is one more person online, which I think is Trace. Trace, if you could unmute.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, give us your name and address, please.
Trace Adams, 29455 Flying Diamond Trail.
Okay. Go ahead.
Bear with me on the background noise. I'm at the airport traveling right now, but I just wanted to call in and show my support for calling on this project. I know it's got a lot of attention, but you know, being a local for a long time and seeing the evolution of Primrose and Cypress and Carl's, and as everything's moved forward, they've all been lively pieces to our community that we need to continue to grow upon. And I think that there's probably very few people in this room that can remember, you know, getting a flat tire and fixing it at Orange Peel, or who even knows what a spicy chicken lick sandwich is anymore with extra ranch and barbecue sauce from the Double Z. These are things that have been dormant for a very long time, and this corner has been essentially an eyesore to the community. So I plead with the council to look at the variances and assess what you can work with, but to know that this is headed in the right direction with the right person behind it. And we very much need these vacant spaces to be a part of our community again. Thank you.
Thank you, Trace. Okay, I see no one else online and no one else in the audience who wants to make public comments, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion and deliberations.
A follow-up question for the applicant.
Okay.
Is there a reason why the ceilings couldn't be lowered to comply with the standard?
Would you
Yes.
again?
Why the ceilings couldn't be lowered to comply with the standard?
Yes. Once again, the reason for the height increase is not necessarily ceiling height, but it's due to the floodplain.
Could you lower the ceiling height to comply with the standard?
We could still lower ceiling height. You would have to lower the ceiling height well below a standard for projects today. Most projects expect at least a 9-foot ceiling height. And in order to get even to a 9-foot, we still wouldn't comply with the current building height. The building would be shorter, but it still wouldn't comply with 38 feet. Also keeping in mind that there's a requirement in the CDC for the first floor. It has a height of 12 to 16 feet also. And we lowered that to allow for us to comply with the ceiling or the building height from the existing floodplain.
You say you couldn't lower it for this product or whatever. What does that mean?
Meaning today, once upon a time when we all grew up, my house had all 8-foot ceilings in it. And that was perfectly acceptable at that time, even for tract homes. Nowadays, we're doing tract homes and other homes that have a minimum of a 9-foot ceiling. And then other projects have higher than that based upon the project that it is. So even when I'm looking at some of the affordable housing projects in town, we did Sunlight, the affordable housing project out there with Gorman, et cetera, we were trying to get above 8 feet, even for the products today, even in affordable housing.
So the buyers wouldn't want lower ceilings.
Buyers would not want lower ceilings, correct?
Thanks.
May I do a follow-up question on that?
Go for it.
So you're talking about, you're throwing out 9 feet and 8 feet, but I'm looking at your design and your first floor is 14 feet and your second and third floor are 12 feet, far from the 8 feet.
So
help me understand.
So in a
14
building,
feet and 12 feet.
Sure. So in a building of this type and construction type, you have certain structure required for floors, right? So you have to put in there either steel, concrete, wood, et cetera. That takes up a distance within that space. Secondly, on a building of this size, we have to provide fire protection. We're going to have plumbing. We're going to have mechanical systems. So within that space, usually what happens is that you lose about 2 feet between structure and the supported mechanical, electrical, plumbing that also has to go in there. So in this case, yes, we do have a 10-foot ceiling in there. But once again, the building height right now is mainly being driven by the floodplain and being over the height, not necessarily ceiling height.
Okay.
May I ask a question? So going back to parking, sorry, I read the packet to imply that the parking was specific to the residents of the 8 units and the restaurant. But now I'm hearing from other public comment that it could be public parking. Are you able to clarify that?
So we parked the site based upon what is required in the CDC.
Right.
So meaning we had to meet that minimum requirement. And that's what we did. We actually have one more space than that minimum requirement. People coming to the restaurant, people being there can use that when they do come to the restaurant if there are spaces open. We're not necessarily, we've dedicated 7 spaces along the 12th Street for restaurant use, the commercial use. But anybody who's coming to there, if there is a space available in there, they can park in that spot. Correct.
Thanks.
I guess I'll follow up on that. Do you want to clarify?
No, go ahead. Yeah, it is public parking. Yes.
Okay, so there won't, and more just to understand, right? I mean, I think there were 23 are required and there's 25 spots.
There's 25, there were 24 required and we're at 25.
Okay, and so there won't be like specific reserve spots for Unit A, Unit B, or whatever you're going to call them?
As of right now, we have made no requirements for that. Correct.
So
we haven't assigned specific spots to specific condo units. That is correct.
So it'll all be open to the public?
Once again, if the restaurant is not used at all and the homeowners are not using all.
Just clarify, what does that mean? I mean, is any of it reserved? I mean, we just need to understand.
You don't buy one of these condos and not have a parking spot.
Is
that real?
I understand the question. Sorry.
Thanks, Colin.
So the restaurant's parking space, we're making public parking as available. You want to bring your kids down to Little Toots Park and go push them on the swings, you can park there. But yes, you buy unit 201, you're getting 2 parking spots or 3, whatever the thing is, but you're getting spots and those are deeded to you. Those are your reserved spots. But on the 12th Street side, we're creating that parking for the public to use. That's our public benefit for the park, for the restaurants, for the vibrancy of downtown.
And that's within the.
Obviously, our hope that people will use them to go to our restaurant at night, but we're only going to be, I expect they'll be full all day with people going to the park.
Okay, and that's within the enclosed.
Correct. And there's an ADA in there as well. So that's for the public as well.
Okay.
And there is not nearly enough downtown handicap parking. So.
Thank you.
Is that part of the strip that you just purchased from the city? Is that part of the land that you just purchased from the city?
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah,
where it would
correct.
be. All of that we just purchased from.
And you paid how much for that?
413,000 and change.
Okay. Any more questions?
Well, I'm gonna go back. And again, we'll just get it on the table. No disputing that Colin is a great member of our community, and we absolutely appreciate everything that he has done. And again, then we certainly, I certainly understand the frustration, right? In terms of what we've got from a code, and we've got the community canvas, we've got the downtown plan that was 2019. A lot of different things have changed. So certainly, absolutely. I think we all acknowledge that. My struggle, it's an absolutely nice looking building. I think that there's great benefit in terms of what it brings. I am struggling a little bit with the size. And so really want to push on this envelope that I think Councilor Swintek asked is, what is the opportunity to reduce kind of the size and the scale?
So are we talking in height or overall FAR, et cetera?
It's just, I would say overall.
Height.
Height. Okay.
Well,
Oh, no. Yes.
it just, again.
Can any project be reduced in size? Absolutely can be reduced. Oh, go ahead, Colin.
I gotta say, sorry, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that if it was a conditional approval to lower the ceiling height 3 inches out of each, this was brought up at Planning Commission. So the question, but they were already past their vote, but they asked the question, or they were in deliberations and we couldn't respond. one of the commissioners asked, could you lower your ceiling heights 3 inches to make 6 inches to get you, and if had given the opportunity to say yes that night, we would have. But I think it's important to note, and if you pull up the right slide, we're the exact same height as Waterside Village. So yes, from the park, it looks one way, but if you're coming from 11th Street, we're the exact same height as Waterside. So to me, the plate height, it's getting missed that we're coming up. There's 4 feet of slope from 11th down to 12th. We have to come up off of that floodplain and then go up, but we still achieve the same height as the building we're literally building wall to wall with. So in terms of that, and then I think it's also important to note to your point, Gail, we are within the mass of FAR, the 200%. We're within 200% without the parking garage. So if the parking garage was open air, we're golden. But then you have an eyesore, you know, the code, and I don't know which plan code, whichever, something somewhere says you need to cover it in active uses and you need to have an active streetscape and it needs to maintain the facade and maintain an interest with pedestrians. These are all in all of our approved documents. That's what we did. We didn't want, it would have effectively looked like the garage in Howelson Place on the alley. If you can place your mind's eye driving down the alley, the open air garage in the A building behind Cypress and Brass and Emerald Coffee, that garage is effectively what it would have looked like. Probably taller, but the same garage. Do you want to look at that from the park, or do you want to look at a nice, pretty wall? The direction that we were given was make it a pretty wall. Mm-hmm. But if you just take the nuts and bolts of the building, forget the parking, just the restaurant and the residential piece, we are at the approvable code directed 200%. We're 199.5. Don't quote me, but I think that's what it is. So we're in the 200. It's only the parking that's putting us over.
Mm-hmm.
That's my
before, if you will, President. I mean, just again, maybe I think because it is continuing on that conversation you probably had with the Planning Commission in terms of, Commissioner Adams, right? In terms of, I think, his comment was really that it's basically just about 5% too big. So I don't know if this conversation about kind of the conditional.
I think that was an arbitrary number. because once again, without the parking, as soon as that wall's not there and it's an open air parking garage, this is a different conversation. So I think the 5% was completely arbitrary. And like I said, when I was talking the first time, you've got a lot width, and one envisioning document says, build to your entire lot width. And then the next thing says, don't do that. Mm-hmm. We're trying to create parking, not take it away. Every other building on Yampa has a parking variance. We don't. We're trying to create public parking for going to the park. Yeah. I thought somebody had that.
It looks like, Rebecca, you're not leaning forward?
Colin, don't go anywhere.
How wide is the sidewalk on 12th Street?
Yeah,
it's 10 feet.
It's 10 feet?
Yeah, correct.
Is that about normal on these side streets? 10 feet?
That's the code requirement on the side streets is 10 feet. And as Toby stated earlier, 16 on Yampa.
Okay.
So Colin, if you wouldn't mind, come up. I just want to go through and have a conversation,
please.
And about the concerns I have, and I'll say up front, I feel like it is too big. I feel like it's massive, and I feel like when you look at it from the water's waterfront or waterside?
Waterside.
Yeah, waterside. That even when you have your pictures together with it, that it looks like this massive structure compared to the Waterside Village. But let me just go through the variances and just let's talk through them. Like, number one is the overall height, the 38 feet, and you talked about that the Waterside Village. But if I look at your drawings, it looks like it's not the exact same height. It seems like it's like 6 or 12 feet higher, and so I look at that and go,
well, that's with the rooftop appurtenance, but our plate.
No, not their appurtenance. Just the overall
they're
level.
Exactly the same height.
It seemed like it was a little bit higher, but so
Can I have permission to share screen on Chandler Diamond, please?
I want to caution us by going back to what Councillor Swintek, I believe, brought up earlier about comparing to other properties. I think what we have in front of us is what we're looking at from the CDC. And so I just want to caution us by going down that rabbit hole.
Bear with me.
And have you gotten access yet?
Yeah, I just got it. Thank you. I'm going to zoom in on that specific corner. So the parapets at that height right there are at the same height. In actuality, part of Waterside, there's parapets that actually go up above the height of our building.
Okay, so
And that's a parapet on the third floor.
right.
That's a front of a deck, right? So I think Ms. Carrigal said earlier that, oh, well, our floor goes right to the middle of the next floor, but that's not accurate. Our floors are the same.
Yeah.
It's that's a parapet that's covering the deck. You know, so we have a pretty significant setback right there, pretty generous deck, outdoor living space. And then we're bringing that wall all the way forward to create a privacy and a boundary.
I'm not gonna challenge you on the articulation, because actually I think you have, I think the overall principle, overall purpose of those is to have some articulation, have some interest in the building. And I think you've done a good job of having that interest. So I can set that aside and say, yep, that one's cool. And I also will say, you talk about the east side glazing. Yeah, there absolutely. I mean, you don't want glazing there. I think no one, that's an easy one because you're looking into a building. And the floor plan ratio of 200, of 240% versus 200%, I get it. I think most people get it. It's, you can also say it's a hardship case. I mean, it's like we want parking and you're providing parking. Awesome. So I'm, I think we're cool with that. So but there is this other mass piece, and that is that if you do stand at Little Toots Park and you look at this building, it does have this massive wall there that's articulated because it's actually essentially 4 feet higher than code, and people do care about height, overall height. I mean, we get complaints about the new apartments at Cottonwood. We get complaints about at the apartments on 3rd and 4th Street that it's overshadowing. So people care about height and the mass. And so so when it comes down to overall height or the plate levels, it comes down to, can we reduce it a little bit? And so I am on that canvas of, when I talk to a lot of builders, we're trying to get them to increase the height of their building. And they're saying, no, we can't increase it for whatever reasons. Here, we're asking you, if you took instead of having 14 feet, 12 feet, 12 feet, if you did 13, 11, 11, that gets you down 3 feet. You're pretty darn close, to the point that the glazing one on the west side, the glazing issues on the west side may even just go away because you've dropped the height of that building. So some of these, if you drop the height a little bit, a lot of these variances just go away.
I think there's also, I met with Toby yesterday when we were resolving the item 14 issue, which was the gravel thing that I called some of you guys about doing a parking lot there over the summer. Toby informed us that recently the code had changed such that you can actually remove the square footage or square inches, that your structural components, and correct me if I'm wrong, Toby, but the structural component, so like the second floor and the third floor, can actually be removed from the calculus on the glazing standard. And that could actually change our math on some of those walls as well already without changing anything. And I think it's also important to note, to your point about height and from the park, the JSM building is still going to be taller than this because of where it starts on the slope. And that's before a redevelopment. If they ever come back, which they likely will, to redevelop that 12th and Lincoln parcel, it's going to sit even higher. It's going to sit higher than their whole third floor would end up being above ours, just based on the slope. But I hear you. I think we did a lot to undulate the sidewalk and do the steel louvers to make the open air that breaks it up where the decks fall on like the parapets for the decks. I don't think it's actually as big and imposing from the park as it seems. I know the number seems, oh, well, that's a big tall wall.
And I took an example of you have a little, people walking by in that corner, and they are, the windows are above their heads on the first level because you have lost 4 feet there. But that means that you have that wall that we don't want is just fairly large.
Can I ask, I just want to see where we are here on this, because I'm concerned that we're trying to talk about changes that we can make that might be acceptable to some of us. And I think it would be nice to understand if we have a majority of this group who feel one way or the other here, which will lead us into further discussion. And if you don't think, if you're not ready to do that, I understand that too. But I kind of think a gut check as to how each member of this council feels at this point in time, whether they're more supportive of this or in opposition to this, is the way it is. And I just throw that out there to say, does that make any sense? Yes.
I just like to say that I think planning did an exceptional job going through this very complex project and coming forward with all these variances and the acceptable alternatives. To relitigate this project and try to get Colin to change things at this point, I don't think is feasible for many reasons. I would like to make a motion to approve.
We haven't had discussion yet. We haven't had any discussion. We're asking questions still.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no.
Steve said he wanted to take a.
Well, I wanted to take a gut check as to how this group felt about getting the pulse of this council versus continuing this line of questioning.
I could say I'm trying to, you are right. I am trying to negotiate with Colin and the applicant to see if there's something that can make me feel more comfortable with this project. And I'm hoping to make, can we make it tweaks to make it better? I mean, and make it, to fit into the community. So that's what I'm trying to do here.
Why would a council remand it back to planning commission?
The code authorizes council to remand a project to a planning commission if there is, the council can provide additional guidance to planning commission relating to code issues that council wants more information on.
So I was going to actually bring that up because I don't think we should be negotiating with Colin. That's not our role. For me, what's unfortunate is that planning commission was a 2-2 vote. So we don't actually even have a recommendation from planning commission. And we all sit up here and talk about how important that is to us to hear their voices, and we don't have a recommendation. So if we want to negotiate or really look at these different variances, then we make a recommendation to send it back to planning commission.
Dan, based on that, is that rationale for sending it back? Just because they only had 4 people vote on it?
No, you'd have to make a case as to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I haven't heard the case. I mean, we could take a vote here as to how many people would like to send it back and how many people would like to approve it as is. And we could do that.
So I trust planning commission on these things. I don't know the specific thing I'd like them to look at is the plate height, but also the general massing of the building, building on what Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Adams had spoken about in general concerns about the size of the building. We got a skeleton crew on planning commission. It would be nice just for more discussion on that. That would be helpful for me to make this decision.
I would second. I mean, that's where I'm landing as well.
Because I agree, like a lot of these variances, like that was the sense reading through their minutes as well, that like, I don't think any of us are disagreeing on the majority of these variances. I think there's a handful here that there's just general concern.
If we have the ability to send it back to planning, I would support that.
Do we have any rationale at this point Dan, that we've articulated that supports that?
I think that what Brian just articulated is adequate to support a remand under the code provision relating to remands.
Can you just repeat what that is?
There are concerns about the mass of this building. So I can specifically point to the plate height, but we want more robust discussion about what is the visual impact of this building the way that it is.
Can I add something on plate height? This is actually up on the screen right now. It's pulled from the CDC. In the CY2 zone district, the plate height and the overbuilding height are the same. There are zone districts that have a difference in that. Usually they're required to be sloped roofs in this particular zone.
And it's a few inches. It's more so the big thing is there's a lot of discussion about this is a visible corner. What's the impact on water side? What's the impact from the park? It's beyond.
Okay, if Dan says we have rationale to send it back to the planning commission, we can take a motion and vote on that now and move in that direction. If it passes, that's the direction. If it doesn't pass, then we're take a vote on approving.
Okay.
Is that fair?
I would like to identify specifically which variances we would like them to look at. If that's okay.
I'm open to your opinion. Mine, I would say, is the plate height would be one.
Which is what variance? And that is in,
For me, it's plate height. It's
what variance though is it in?
it is, the variances, number 2 and for me, and also number 9, which is just lot coverage.
Plate height, number 2. So yeah, so sending back to have planning commission re-review variance request number 2, which is average plate height. Variance number 9, which is lot coverage. I agree on those both.
So I'm confused. What are you thinking they're going to ask? They're going to ask them to change the plans?
No, we're looking for a recommendation. We're looking for.
They gave you a
They are the-
recommendation. Staff gave a recommendation. Staff came forward with all these.
Planning Commission came back with a 2-2, which is basically rejection, decline,
Or nothing, right? And sent it up here for us to make a decision. These folks have put so much time and effort into this. It's crazy that we're relitigating these codes and the interpretation. I'm not smart enough to know it, so I'm relying on the staff.
Well, then
You
again,
can
it's
rely on your planning commission.
right.
And well, I am too.
Life
It's a
is
2-2.
tough. Like,
Makes
I get it. I understand that this is difficult, but life's tough. Like, we need more information.
tough
And it's not the
expensive,
code.
and it's-
Because these are variances from the code.
Let's be realistic. Sending it back to planning commission and 2 people who were not involved before are not just going to look at 2 variances. They're going to look at the entire project again, and as well they should if they're going to get involved. I don't see them just looking at 2 things.
Changing 2 things.
I mean,
2 more things. And
Is that what we're trying to tell
Let
them?
me just clarify, because we keep saying the word change. None of, or at least I should say, I am not saying change everything. I'm saying we need more discussion on this. Like there needs to be more. I mean, Colin even said there was discussion of something and it got passed before I could even have it. Like, I need more. If planning commission has a robust discussion, they come back and they say, we now are more comfortable with this and it's a 4-3 vote or like whatever, that's helpful for me. That's my point. I'm not saying come back with something completely different. I want more from planning commission.
Okay, so you don't want a 2-2 vote.
Hey, Steve,
Yes, sir.
I got a question.
Like,
Can I have a minute?
Go for it.
I'm a little confused as well, because I understand if we're sitting, you both Brian and John, you were both in planning commission before you, and as was I before we got on the board of the council. You guys are trying to redesign this guy's building right now, requesting some variance changes. I I have to be surprised a little bit with, as critical as I am of our staff sometimes, when they went through this 9 variances, and we keep saying, yes, it's a lot of variances. That's part of the process. And they come back with the approval, and we're now nitpicking this for personal agendas, or is it really something that we're trying to keep recreating? I'm just confused on what we're asking them to go back to our planning commission, which you both have been on planning commission to do. And those are not as any expert than you are sitting here in this chair. Our planning commission, planning department has given us a report, and based upon the report, they have consistently reviewed this for approval. And so I know we're trying to go through this, but this last hour, we keep litigating whether we're going to force them to drop it down 6 inches of floor. And,
Would you like me to
and I'm just a
answer,
little
or
confused of
you
why
want-
are we sending this back if that's what we're going to do? Are we telling them to redesign their building? I'm confused.
So when I was on planning commission, a number of times we added conditions of approval. And there's been cases where, a couple cases I remember, that we added cases of approval where they've added, increased the first floor height because it was a commercial space. And so we've added, so yes, the answer is we have made modifications to make it more acceptable and negotiated that with the applicant.
Okay.
Okay. So, yes, Dan?
I was going to add, I've heard a number of council members tonight articulate a sort of an impression that the building is too large. And it sounds like, or what I'm hearing when I hear that is that maybe what is desired by a remand is for planning commission to assess the cumulative effect of the height and floor area ratio and lot coverage variances.
Yes.
That is something you can.
That would be,
That's a fair.
yeah, I think that's fair. Again, in terms of the cumulative effect of all of the variances and not including the wall without the, requiring the windows on the wall where it doesn't make sense, but as it pertains to massing.
But are we asking for specifically a vote from planning commission on this project with full attendance? Or are we just asking them for some comments about
Yeah, I guess.
mass? Because I'm,
Chime in on that one.
yeah.
Yeah, to be super blunt, I don't want another 4-person planning commission. If we could make it more robust and full, to be really honest, I didn't think, I want more conversation. I didn't feel like it was sufficiently dug into. I want more. So yeah, I would like more. If we have another 4-person planning commission, then there's no point in sending it back.
So if it comes back with a 4-3 vote from planning, if there's a full commission with no changes, are we going to litigate it again? Or are we going to say the planning department made the right decision this time?
Can't go with that
Because-
much of a what if.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Well,
I think-
really think that's fair to the applicant. If you're going to make them go back and go through the process again, you either are going to believe in the planning board this time, or you'd be like, they got it wrong this time, so we're going to send it back again.
They didn't get it wrong. They split.
Right. More productive conversation.
Okay, I think we're going around in circles here.
So
So I think, somebody can make a motion here and we'll see if we got a majority of people who want to go along with it. And it seems to me there's 2 motions here. You could approve the project as is, which is the recommendation from the city staff, or we can send it back to the planning commission based on these couple things for further discussion and perspective from them.
So Dan, how would we word this? How do we need to word this motion?
Well, it depends which motion you're going to make. So it's either a
Well-
motion to approve or a motion to remand for further review pursuant to the guidance, which, could be anything, but it sounds like you've settled on guidance.
So I would
like to
make that
make a-
motion to remand it back to the planning commission to look at all of kind of the cumulative effect of the variances as it pertains to massing and size.
I just don't, what is the question you're trying to answer?
I second.
Okay.
Okay, make your motion again.
Okay. I made a motion to remand this back to the planning commission to look at the cumulative effect of the variances as it relates to kind of mass and size.
Okay.
Is that?
Is there any
and-
further
and Is
discussion?
there anything else that I missed in terms of from the conversation? And Dan, is that adequate?
I think that satisfies the code requirement for a remand, yes.
Okay, then I second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Counselor Gary. We have a second from Counselor Agosta. Is there any more discussion?
Just one comment. I want to be really clear from Counselor Barnes' comment that if it comes back, that yes, we will have a discussion around it. Because if it comes back exactly the same, I have concerns on specific variances. The glazing, great, could care less. I mean, those, we get those. I do have concerns on some of these variances. So full transparency, I will expect to discuss it when it comes back.
Well, and it's not my intent to deny the project. My hope is that we can
It
work.
certainly feels like it's our intent to deny the project. If we're going to put them in double jeopardy and not ask for a specific outcome from the planning department, we're asking them to reassess the mass and size. I don't know what that means.
It's not the planning department, it's the planning commission. And we're asking for them to review it and come back with a vote on their decision to move it forward.
If you don't know what it means, I would recommend you take this time between now and then to speak to staff and others to learn what that means.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion from Counselor Gary. We have a second from Counselor Agosta. All those in favor of reprimanding this back to the Planning Commission, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
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 Okay, motion passes 4-3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Can we take a break now?
I think we need a break.
Probably.
All right, so yeah, so we'll take.
We'll get back together at 8:35, and we only have one item left on the agenda, so who's ever here for that,
Community.
be back here in 10 minutes.
There was a lot of people.
Amy.
Amy. Okay. We're missing Counselor Agosta too.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get started. All right, we're back here and we're on to public hearing motions, resolutions, and ordinances. We're on one item here, and that's item 12, which is a resolution upholding the planning director's decision of legal nonconforming use abandonment related to PL 202-20278 and LCSTR 202-40728, and denying the associate appeal, PL 202-60036. Rebecca.
Good evening, Rebecca Bessie, Planning Director. Before I share my screen, I think we need Councilor Buccino's video on,
Yes.
correct?
Counselor Pacino, there you are.
Yep, right here.
Okay, I'll just walk through a short presentation, then I'm happy to answer any questions. As I'm pretty certain council is well aware, the STR overlay zone was adopted in 2022 and took effect June 15th of 2022. To be eligible for an STR license in overlay zone C, which is the prohibited or what's commonly referred to as the red zone, a property must have been lawfully used as a vacation rental prior to that June 15th, 22 date. In addition, legal nonconforming status must not be abandoned, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. We use our STR license application and renewal process to obtain information from applicants to ensure that any prior legal nonconforming status has not been abandoned as we're issuing a new license or renewing an existing license. So there's a little bit of overlap there in process. The relevant code section for tonight's appeal is CDC section 103D. This is the language on the screen that's in the code that states that legal nonconforming status of a use shall terminate immediately upon discontinuance or abandonment of the use for a period of 12 consecutive months. And then I'll draw your attention to that last line that says, regardless of any intent to resume operation of the use. And I think that's really important in this particular circumstance. I've tried to highlight some of the key dates on this slide. There's much more detail in your packet. In that Planning Commission packet, it walks you through all of these dates. But in short, in August of 22, this property was registered by the previous owner as a legal nonconforming STR use. On August 7th of 23, we issued an STR license to the prior owner. We do have documentation of the last lawful or licensed stay having ended on April 6th of 2024. On July 12th of 24, the current property owner and the appellant in this case purchased the property. Because STR licenses do not transfer with the sale of property, that prior STR license effectively expired on July 12th of 2024. I will note, though, there was only one additional month left on that existing license. It was set to expire, I think, on August 7th of that year. On December 17th, over 5 months later, the appellant initiated a license application for an STR license. We did send multiple reminder notices to the applicant stating that their application was incomplete and what additional information we needed from them to complete that application in order to issue the license. It took 98 days for us to get a complete application. Once we received all of the information that was required, we were able to issue that STR license on the same day. That was March 25th of 2025. In the transmittal of that license, we made it very clear that there was a very short time frame in order to conduct a short-term rental to avoid abandonment of that legal non-conforming use. That was made very clear. That correspondence is included as an attachment to the Planning Commission packet. While that license application was pending, the property owner has reported that they conducted 2 unlicensed stays, one occurring in January and one occurring in February of 2025. April 6, 2025 is the date that staff has determined that the legal nonconforming STR use was abandoned. And then there was an additional stay that has been reported on February 18th of 2026. Those reported unlicensed stays that occurred in January and February of 2025, in staff's opinion, does not constitute lawful STR use of the property. Those stays do not avoid abandonment of the legal nonconforming use. And when we exclude these unlawful stays, there is a period of discontinuance of the legal use for 12 plus consecutive months. I do want to note that in addition to staff's determination that those unlicensed stays do not avoid abandonment, even if we were to look at that last February 2025 stay and compare that to the next reported stay in February of 2026, that is greater than that 12-month abandonment period as well. So I just wanted to point that out because that was not clear in your packet. Staff's opinion is that the legal nonconforming status terminated on April 6th of 2025, so that February 2026 stay was also not lawful. Planning Commission heard this appeal on March 26th and unanimously recommended upholding the initial decision of legal nonconforming abandonment and denial of the appeal. I believe we have received one public comment since the Planning Commission hearing that should be in your packet. We also received an additional letter from the appellant, Ms. Fitzpatrick. She did indicate to me that she was not going to be in attendance tonight, but that letter was sent after your packet was published, so you'll find it in the rainbow attachment for this item. I did just want to make a couple of other notes in response to the appellant's statement in both the appeal narrative as well as her additional letter. Per the appeal narrative, the basis for the appeal is that the record demonstrates continuous good faith use, and she offers what she calls a cure for what's being described as a procedural gap. So I want to address some of those statements. It is in staff's opinion that both the statements and materials that have been provided by the appellant do not demonstrate good faith. They do indicate that the property owner knowingly violated the city code. The appellant states that she worked promptly to complete her license application. You'll see in your packet that emails show communication regarding the license requirements, the continuation of legal nonconforming status of a use in the red zone, that there was communication between city staff and the realtor and the property owner that date back to April of 2024, well before the property was purchased. They then purchased the property in July of 2024, but did not reach out to city staff or initiate a license application until December 17th of that year. As I already indicated, we did send 3 detailed incomplete application notices. Those are dated December 19th and December 19th of 2024, January 21, and February 25 of 2025. That application was not completed until March 25th of 2025. As I already stated, that was 98 days it took to complete that application. And those missing submittal requirements up until that approval date included basic ownership documentation as well as contact information for the required 24/7 local property contact. Meanwhile, the property owner has indicated that they conducted 2 short-term rentals prior to being issued an STR license. The first of which ended on the same day that the property owner stated in an email that they had not yet even hired a local 24/7 contact. So they were not operating, they were operating without a license, and they were also operating in violation of the basic and minimum operational requirements for a short-term rental. The property owner acknowledges that the city communicated the 12-day window to avoid legal nonconforming abandonment. That was clear in the communication, but describes this as resulting from an administrative processing timeline. Again, I just want to reiterate that the timing for the license, staff does not dispute that that was a very short window. There were 12 days, I think, to conduct a short-term rental, which is why we tried to make that very clear when we issued the license so that there would be no confusion or misunderstanding later on down the road. And the timing of that was not the result of administrative processing, but rather the repeated delays in applying for the license as well as completing the application requirements. The appellant also suggests that the reported February 2026 stay was licensed and presents a cure to the abandonment issue. February 2026 stay, we do not consider to be licensed. If you review the communication of city staff when we sent their license in 2025, we made it very clear that if a stay didn't occur before that April 6th date, that the use would be considered abandoned and the license would automatically expire. We think that was clearly communicated. Yet even after their license renewal was denied this February, the property owner went ahead and conducted an additional stay on February 18th. That stay was over 22 months from the last documented lawful and licensed stay. It does not present a cure. And as I also indicated, even if we were to look at those unlicensed stays as counting towards the abandonment period, the February 2026 stay still exceeds the 12 consecutive months for legal nonconforming use abandonment. Lastly, I'll just note that the appellant suggests the code is intended to avoid dormant STR uses. Our code is actually, as we found from the last item, pretty unclear in some areas. In this case, it's pretty clear. There's a very direct purpose and intent statement in that section of the code. And legal nonconforming, the purpose and intent of the legal nonconforming use section includes statements such as preventing reestablishment of abandoned legal nonconforming uses and also eliminating legal nonconforming uses as speedily as possible. That concludes my presentation. As I mentioned, I don't believe that the appellant is in attendance tonight, but I am happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Okay, Rebecca, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Rebecca? Okay, hearing none, I'll open it up.
Let me ask a question here, Rebecca. And I'm just going to try to be in layman's terms of what I think I understand happened here, reading the information. But we have someone who bought a property who then lost or did not know or wasn't aware that the renewal was shortly after they had purchased the property in July. And then they, went through, applied for it that December or whatever. And on March 25th, you get them an STR license. What I'm failing to understand is between that, when the license expired to where they got a new one, are people expected to rent it during that time? Because you're holding them accountable to a 12-month prior, when common sense for me says if I lost that license, I don't want to do anything to lose that. And yet the requirement is they have to, within 12 months, have a couple of stays. And yet they didn't get the license until 12 days before April. Does that seem inconsistent, or am I missing something in the policy?
So I think what you've recapped is mostly accurate. To clarify, this particular property owner was never licensed, so it's not a matter of renewal. It's not that they missed a renewal. They did contact, the city staff was in contact with their realtor. There was questions prior to purchasing the property about how to maintain the ability for short-term rentals. We communicated how to maintain legal nonconforming status, communicated that the best avenue is to apply for a license right upon closing. So this property owner was not, it's not a matter of a missed renewal because licenses do not transfer. So this property owner was never licensed. Their first application came in the door over 5 months after they purchased the property. And it took them 98 days to provide us with a complete application to allow the city to grant them a license to operate lawfully. So I don't believe it is a reasonable expectation that you should, that I don't think there's a reasonable expectation that you should be allowed to conduct short-term rentals without a license.
Yeah, no, and that makes complete sense, right? The statement you just stated makes complete sense. But it also doesn't have much common sense in the fact that they're held to this. If they would have had 2 legitimate stays within this period to satisfy a 12-month requirement to get the license and not have it abandoned, they would also be in non-compliance because they rented it and they don't even have a license. So I'm confused on how we can hold them to 2 different standards. Am I seeing this wrong?
I
'Cause
don't
if
see
am, I
2 different.
apologize.
I mean, the standard is to, in our community, to operate a short-term rental, you must be licensed.
Right, got that.
To maintain legal nonconforming status, you have to have at least 1 stay within every 12-month period. That's a rolling 12-month period.
Absolutely.
So that could have been achieved. There was plenty of time to achieve that from the date of purchase of the property in July of 2024.
Did they have a license then, though? Or
They
was it
did not.
expired?
They did
See,
not
that's
have
the
a
part where I'm
license.
missing up.
The license doesn't transfer, Mike.
The license doesn't
Have to
transfer.
Apply when the house is purchased.
Okay.
They had the history of the rental, the last rental from the previous owner that would started the 12-month clock.
So the only, I mean, So it just, and I apologize, let's go into some discussion. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, you're good, Michael.
Anything else, Michael?
Well, no, I was just going to say that it's just interesting how if that means that every property in the yellow zone, some realtors think that because there's a short-term rental on the current property, that it increases the value of the property. But that's completely wrong, because there is no value, because anytime the property change ownership, there's no short-term rental license unless you're in the green zone.
No,
Is that
that's
correct?
That's not exactly correct. So licenses don't transfer in any zone. In the red and yellow zone, if you have if the property was either granted a vacation home rental permit prior to 2022, or if they were registered as a legal nonconforming use, those 2 sort of underlying eligibility factors transfer with the property. They run with the land. So a new buyer is eligible to apply for an STR license based on that legal nonconforming status. They have to maintain it, though. They can't allow for the 12-month gap in use. They are eligible to apply even though they're in the red zone, even
Okay.
though
I mean-
they didn't have a previous license.
All right, that
And the
gives me a
realtor,
little bit-
we talk to realtors every day about that situation. So I think that's when they're advertising a property as being eligible for STR use, they're often correct in stating that. I mean, I'm not going to say they're always correct, but
Okay.
I think
So this specific property had a non-conforming status, and they didn't rent it within 12 consecutive months, that's what makes it unabandoned.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, keep going, Steve. Sorry.
The use goes with the property, not the owner. Like that clock.
Correct.
No, I'm good.
Right.
President Muntean.
Okay.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on, Michael. I was talking, but only the room heard me.
Okay.
And I got my question.
All right. Any other questions for Rebecca?
Actually, I want to say, thank you, Rebecca, because usually when I have these cases in front of me, I'm complaining that we have not documented things and we're not communicating to the owners. In this case, before they purchased this property, they had communications and FAQs and discussions with their realtor. And so this case, they had all the information up front and well documented. So thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Rebecca? If not, we'll open it up to, the applicant is not here, right, Rebecca? Or online? No, I don't see any. Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. Come on down, sir. And that's you? State your name and address, please.
Michael
Have 3 minutes.
excuse me. Michael Fitzpatrick, 3603 Lincoln. I'm the father of the applicant, and I was asked, by her to help. So I'm the father asked by the daughter to help. I'm here. I guess, my head is spinning. I don't quite follow all that dates and stuff. I'm almost 75 years old. I'm starting to lose it. But I can add a few things here. I guess I'm going to ask that we can throw ourselves on the mercy of the court, so to speak. I know I followed this quite closely with my daughter. She didn't ask me to get involved, but I know that she was not well informed by her broker, who's left town, so we can't speak with her. And my son-in-law, who's a pretty bright guy, said that just the other day, that he was confused through the whole thing. And I guess what I'm here to say is my daughter, who's a medical doctor, she's a research pathologist. She's not a rule breaker. She's a stickler. She wants to keep her medical license. She wants to keep her reputation. So I don't think that anything that happened here was intentional on her part. I know the old adage, dura lex sed lex, but, notwithstanding that, there is another aspect here. And this probably falls into the category of a hardship request. And that is, when they bought that property, the value component of the STR license was significant, and they knew it. And they bought in a 3-unit townhouse. The other 2 have STRs, and they're actively pursuing their use. And I advised them to consider whether they wanted to live in a building that had this, restriction on it. So, well, we've been told by the broker we can keep it, going, by, doing a couple rentals a year. So that's all they knew. I'm a former MAI appraiser. After I left the service, I became an appraiser like my grandfather. And I can tell you that they could possibly have almost a third less in value when they resold this property. And they just tried to get on the property ladder. They put their life savings as the down payment. And if they aren't able to retain this license when they go to sell it, which they could very well do pretty quickly because they're being driven crazy by the other short-term uses, they could end up, losing their life savings. So this is a hardship thing, and hopefully you'll see your way clear to allowing them to redeem themselves. Under Colorado law, even if this had been a taking for non-payment of taxes, they would have 3 years to redeem, if it had gone to a tax sale. And this about a third of the value could be taken away by the failure to give them a chance to renew this license. So I thank you for your time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. I see no other public comment online, and I don't see anyone else in the room, so we will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation or a motion.
I would say that this is pretty clear, and I feel bad for your daughter that the real estate agent was not helpful or forthcoming in the process. I think we've worked really hard to have a consistent process for short-term rentals. And so I think what our planning department director presented, unfortunately for your daughter, makes the case to deny the appeal.
Any other comments? Okay, I will take a motion.
I'll make a motion to uphold the planning commission, the planning commission director's recommendation. Hang on, the recommendation to uphold the director's decision and deny the appeal.
Okay,
Is that clear?
yes, we have a motion from Councilor Gary. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Councilor Dixon. Any other comments, discussion? If not, I'll ask the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 6-1.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right.
Say, this is the part of the job I hate.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. City Attorney's report, Dan, do we have one?
No report tonight.
Okay, then that just leaves approval of the minutes from the March 3rd and March 10th regular meetings, and as well as the March 10th work session. So do we have any questions, comments, or I'll take a motion to approve those three?
President Matee,
One
did
more.
you, there's March 17th as well.
March 17th. Oh, yeah, I missed that. Sorry. To approve those.
All right, I'll make a motion, if there's no discussion, to approve the regular meeting March 3rd, March 10th, work session March 10th, and the regular meeting March 17th, 2026
Okay.
meeting minutes.
We have a motion from Councilor Gary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Dixon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Is there any other business for tonight? If not, thank you all for being here and have a good rest of your week.
Move to adjourn?
Move
We'll
to
see,
adjourn.
we'll see you tomorrow morning, right?
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
We'll-
Move to
Okay.
adjourn. Yep.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.
Bye, Michael.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Michael. We got you in bed
Thank
before
you.
midnight there.
Happy grandpa.
Pointing the wrong direction.
I'll see you tomorrow.